Today. Remind me to touch base with you. After you leave, just send me a text so I won't forget. Good evening. Welcome to the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. Today is Wednesday, March 12th. It is now 7:22 p.m. Voting members to my right, we have the Vice Chair, Councilor Vivian Marmol, Council President Giovanni Rodriguez. To my left, Councilor Wendy Luzon. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee is being conducted both in person and via remote participation. A reminder that persons who would like to listen or view this meeting while in progress may either attend here in the City Council chamber or access any of our social media accounts. At this point, can you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilors, we don't have any minutes to approve. There is an item that I would like to start off with under tabled instead of going straight into new business. If any of you guys don't oppose, that we start off with the table matter? You guys okay? Okay. Can I have a motion to untable item 44-25, opioid settlement funds update, modelo application development, sponsored by the council president?
Motion to remove it from table matters.
Second.
Motion has been made, properly seconded by the vice chair. All those, no discussion on table matters. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Aye, and the ayes have it. Council President, you have the floor.
Madam Vice President Infante and the chair of this committee, thank you for the opportunity again to speak on this matter. We've been waiting for to get an update on the opioid settlement funds. As a result of a lawsuit that went around, we received a specific amount of dollars, and now we have the opportunity to spend those funds. Essentially, I'm looking to get it. And first, I would like to get an update on the funds, and then essentially, I would like to speak on regard to one specific item, which is the Modelo application, and which is a pregnancy tracker.
Thank you, Council. We'll take it one. We'll get the update first. I believe we have the Director of Planning and Development, Director Pimentel, is here with us this evening. And welcome. I know you were in a conference last time, so
Yes.
Welcome tonight.
Thank you so much. Good evening, councilors, and thank you. Welcome, everyone, for joining us this evening. Just gonna put something here.
You guys are presenting something?
Yeah, I just wanted to present something really quickly, but I do want to just mention, and thank you for taking us first, because I know we have a lot of people here that do need to get going this evening. Good evening, Awilda Pimentel, Director of Office of Planning and Community Development, 360 Merrimack Street. The overdose crisis has disproportionately affected our population. We have engaged with people with lived experience with our decision-making and our work. We have built a huge network of partners and collaborations with community partners and also outside cities. We have also leveraged our funds that we have received from the settlement through grants, including $1.2 million from the COSUP grant. We are also engaging in involving those most affected by the opioid crisis and their families. Our department is building stronger networks of organizations and community leaders, including our honorable police officers like Lieutenant Fleming and Captain Aguilar. Our focus is prevention, treatment, harm reduction, education, youth prevention, recovery support, among other resources. We also meet weekly on the hub to engage with over 50 community partners. What we have is a big network of people who care and people on the ground doing this work. We do this because we love our people, because they are our high school friends, our neighbors, our community, and sometimes even our family. Our people battling substance use disorder are not just in encampments. They are not just in unsheltered. They are in homes, in schools, in high schools, in colleges, at work, or a pregnant mother, or someone who just got out of surgery and now has been prescribed opioids. Now, in the streets, there's xylazine, an animal tranquilizer being mixed with fentanyl, and it's killing our people. Thank you to all the community partners who are here tonight and took this time to join us. They're all part of the opioid project, and our partners in the city of Lawrence, and your partners as well. I'm going to put a quick presentation here. Oh, did it go away? Let me see. You might have to log in. Yep. I could just play. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
If anybody park on the city councilor spots that are on that parking lot right there, I encourage you to go ahead and move your car before you get to.
Nobody here? Okay.
You got it?
It might be from next door. Just in case anyone from here.
anyone. They
All
took
right.
someone's
Thank you,
parking.
continue, Director.
Is that good? Okay. Do you want me to wait for?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I didn't even
Councilman should
realize,
just-
yeah, let's wait for her. Thank you for pointing that out. Oh, it could be to the living room. All right, let's just, we don't know what she's doing, so.
person?
Thank you so much for your time. I'm also going to call up really quickly Michael Gorman, the Director of TMF, to give a brief as a partner on this project and what his organization does. Michael.
Thank you, Director. Oh, for this, I think for this matter, yes. Hello, name and address for the record, please.
Yep, Michael Gorman, 826 Riverside Drive, Methuen.
Welcome.
Thank you, thank you. So first off, grateful to be here. Just a brief background. So Michael Gorman, founder, president of the Movement Family, which is a nonprofit organization for anyone looking for a second family in life that may be seeking love, guidance, and support. So we get a lot of young individuals in the city of Lawrence, just looking for acceptance or trying to get back to their own community, which is special. I think we're most known for our Wednesday night dinner at the bus station in Lawrence. So every Wednesday night from 8 to 11 p.m., we hold a dinner at the Buckley Garage, and we provide a buffet-style dinner, different services available for individuals that may be battling active addiction or homelessness. Super grateful just for this partnership and the support from the city with this opioid grant. We've been able to purchase meals for the folks that attend the dinners, from variety of different restaurants in the community. So we've been able to, I would say we average over 100 individuals that come to the Buckley Garage on a weekly basis. And so we've been able to feed those individuals weekly through this opioid money, which has been huge. But not only that, we've been able to supply them with donations that are needed. So like blankets, jackets, clothing, hygiene materials, backpacks, socks, things that are just really needed for individuals going through some dark times right now. We also have our Saturday runs. So Heavenly Donuts on Essex Street in Lawrence provides their donuts, pastries, munchkins, muffins every Saturday. And we've been able to double up with that, supply beverages and, make goodie bags for the individuals on the streets. And, we're really on the ground, boots on the ground. So we're going to all the different encampments in the city and, providing them with supplies that they may need. So super grateful. I think back, to when I started this when I was 18 years old with this vision. And I look at, Hector Brito back there, and he doesn't even know this, but like when I was 18 years old with this vision, he's a guy I looked up to because he was so into, helping the lost souls on the streets. And I think back at me as a young kid and, just running away with this idea, and to now be like 15 years later and have the support from the actual city of Lawrence and Minerva, is huge. So I think this partnership for the opioid funding has really been able to benefit TMF with helping those individuals that are currently on the streets of Lawrence. So that's just a quick background of the program TMF and just how this opioid funding has really benefited us. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman.
Thank you.
Council President.
So how much did you guys get? He's asking, the
the-
different funding sources? So it's 20,000 at first, and then 25,000. So it's been 2 awards. Thank you so much, thank you. I'll quickly call up the Psychological Center, the CEO, Karina Papalato, please.
Good evening. My name is Karina Papalato. I'm the CEO of the Psychological Center here in Lawrence, Mass.
Can you give us the address of the facility for the record, please?
It's 11 Union Street in Lawrence, Mass.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I think most of you are familiar with the organization and the programs that we run. Pegasus House and Women's View are both female residential recovery programs. They're about a 12-month program. They're helping females who are struggling with addiction, battling past traumas, history of sexual abuse, domestic violence, human trafficking, things that are happening on our streets here in the city of Lawrence. We also have Daybreak Shelter, which is our wet shelter. It's for individuals who are struggling with addiction, and we're working with a street outreach program. Excuse me. We're always over capacity every night and working with the individuals that are looking to come into the shelter. We're doing the best that we can inside as well as outside. So looking and working with the partnership of the opioid funds has been critical for us. We are helping people get into long-term programming, and we're getting a lot of people off the street. It's not just a shelter. We're doing a lot of case management. We're working with people daily to make sure that they have what they need for when they're able to leave us. Case management, benefits, housing. Not only do we help the 50 people inside, as you know, there's at least 200 people outside that our street outreach team goes and works with. Any
Thank you.
questions?
Oh, any questions, counselors? Council President.
What is the current amount that you guys receive from these funds
50,000
for both programs?
for Daybreak Shelter, just for the one program.
So for the daybreak, did you get anything for the psychology center?
Of the 3 programs, only Daybreak Shelter received funds.
50,000.
Councilor Luzon.
Good evening, Executive Director, Karina. No funds for the,
Not
Yeah.
for Pegasus or Women's View. The
Pegasus.
funds that we got were just for Daybreak Shelter.
break shelter. Do you shelter women with addiction problems?
I'm sorry?
Pegasus. You shelter women with addiction problems, Pegasus? You do?
Yes.
Okay.
So Pegasus and Women's View are not funded through these funds at all. The 50,000 that we got is going strictly to Daybreak Shelter Street Outreach Program.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilor Marmol.
Do you guys have data in terms of how many of those that you guys are treating are actual residents from the city of Lawrence?
I'd say at least 50%.
But do you keep a record of that? Like,
So
is
my,
there-
my program director is not, and she's out on medical leave, and so I'm overseeing the shelter right now myself. I could get that data for you.
Yes, please.
But for the street outreach, who we're seeing, it's people that are currently in Lawrence. The 200 that we see outside, we don't go outside of Lawrence.
Okay, you can just provide that data to Director Pimentel, and she'll email it to the committee.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councilor Marmol?
What are the age ranges? Is there like a minimum age requirement to be a participant for this program?
At Daybreak Shelter, it's 18, so it's males and females aged 18 and over. We do see high school students at Daybreak Shelter that go to Lawrence High School. I don't have any currently, but I have recently. I had somebody that went to Whittier Tech as well.
Are you good? Councilor Luzon.
How many pregnant women do you see at your program? How many pregnant?
When we have a pregnant female come in, we try to get them services not with us. We try to find them different housing that would specialize in their pregnancy. So we don't typically have pregnant women. However, we have a lot of moms that are working on reunification with their children. So they're either in custody of DCF or they're with family members. So we do have probably 75% moms in our programs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselors, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You as well. Director?
Thank you so much. I'll now call Marie Silverman, Director of Programs at Lazarus House.
Good evening, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. My name's Almarie Silverman. I'm the Director of Programs at Lazarus House Ministries. Lazarus House is a faith-based nonprofit that's been serving the city of Lawrence for over 40 years. Lazarus House provides food, shelter, clothing, advocacy to individuals and families facing material poverty and homelessness. Lazarus House plays a critical role in the city's opioid comprehensive plan, offering support and resources to individuals struggling with substance use disorders. Since July of 2024, we've assisted 28 individuals in entering detox, helped 6 guests access clinical stabilization services, placed 2 guests in long-term residential recovery, provided housing support for 3 individuals, opened our winter protocol emergency shelter for 10 nights and served 183 individuals, duplicated counts, supported guests in maintaining sobriety for over 2 months, and provided $2,100 in Uber transportation for medical and detox needs. Despite increasing need, Lazarus House is 98% privately funded, receiving less than 2% of our funding from government sources. Our work relies heavily on donation, grants, and partnerships to meet the growing demand for services. With the city's continued partnership and support, we can expand these life-saving efforts, help more people transition from crisis to stability. Thank you for your time and commitment to these issues.
Thank you. Counselors, any questions or comments? Council President.
Same question too. I would like to ask the same question for all of the presenters. How much you have received from these funds, and if the purpose of the use for the funds were related to your mission or in a specific project.
So I believe that we received $50,000. And this effort is part of a new initiative of Lazarus House. We recently started outreach services. So we found that during COVID, a lot of outreach services were changed, and they were our lifeline and link to the unsheltered in the community. So we decided to start outreach services. And a part of that was using the resources and what we already provide to the community, and link the unsheltered to our services, providing them outreach, case management, and then that support then led to helping people get to detox and other services from there.
Thank you. Are you all set, Council President? Yes. Councilor Luzon.
Well, thank you for the wonderful work that you do in the community. I'm very familiar with the work that Lazarus House have done in the city and can continue doing, and also a psychological center, and all of you, all of the partners. And my question, the same question again, how many pregnant women do you get to see at your at Lazarus House, and if you keep any data? Pregnant women.
At our shelter, or is there specific, just
Let's say a
overall?
shelter.
At our shelter, not many. So our shelter serves families with children, so single moms with children, and then we also have space for single women. I can't tell you this year how many pregnant women we've had, but I can tell you we've had several. We have families with with children that we serve. Yeah. And then in our other programs, again, our emergency winter overnight shelter, we did have pregnant women who stayed in that program, probably a handful. We only opened up 10 nights this winter, but I can tell you that some of the nights I did work, we did have women that were expecting.
And so that is at the shelter, one
That's
night
at our shelter.
So
And then we, obviously, our food pantry and soup kitchen, we provide meals in the community, and we may have several people that come for those services that are expecting. I don't know off the top of my head, and that is information that, if you would like, we could try to provide you at a later time.
So the clients that you see, if I may refer them as clients instead of homeless. So do they come back for a follow-up, or they just show up, thank you. They just show up for one night. I just want the people that are watching the program to understand. I'm very familiar with the work that you do. But the people that are watching and some of the people that are here, do they show up the next day for a follow-up?
Absolutely.
Seeking for services?
Yes, so anybody, we're open, our soup kitchen, where our outreach team is located, is open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, from 8:30 to 3:30. And it doesn't matter, they can come in any day of the week. We're also open Saturday and Sunday for breakfast and lunch. So even if they come on a weekend, our staff that are there will refer them back to our staff the next business day. But we are available to anybody in the community.
If a client, a pregnant client is seeking for services, where do you usually send them? To the to Family Health Center or to the Lawrence General? What is typical your referral?
If we have
Please.
somebody come to us that's pregnant, who is unsheltered, we would call our homeless shelter. And if we have space, we would have them interview with our program director there and see if they would be suitable for our program. If not, then we would contact our community partners, the Pregnancy Care Center, or other members of the community, Lawrence General, Becky Osborne's one of the social workers there. We would reach out to them. We would make sure that they leave with services or someone to talk to. So our goal is to always make sure people feel heard and that they leave with some type of imbued knowledge, where to go for services. We can't solve all the problems, but we can try to connect them to someone that can help.
Yeah, thank you. You don't solve all the problems, but you do an amazing job. So thank you for doing
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilors, any other questions? Councilor Marmo.
I'm gonna ask the same questions. Do you keep track and have data in terms of how many of the clients that you serve are residents of the city of Lawrence?
We have data. I don't have that information off the top of my head of how many, but I do know that we service a large portion of residents from the community of Lawrence. We do, like in our food pantry, we do have that open to members outside of the community. So we have residents from nearby communities do come for food services, but a large majority of the individuals and families we serve are residents of Lawrence.
Are there any minimum age requirements for the shelters that you spoke of?
Yes, so you have to be, well, for our women's shelter that I mentioned earlier, you have to be at least 18 years of age for legal reasons. Yeah. You need to be at least an emancipated adult.
I want to say the same thing. Just connect with Director Pimentel with those numbers, and she'll send it to us.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you so much.
All right, have a good night.
You too.
Thank you. I'm not sure, can you guys see if, just in case, Harold Magoon is online? No, right? Can you see that?
I have someone with an iPhone.
For LMCC. If not, I can move on and then just send you guys the numbers in that partnership with the Lawrence Methuen Community Coalition.
I'm asking right now. Hi,
Okay.
who is on an iPhone?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Council Marmal.
Do you happen to have information in terms of how many total partners do we work with and are benefiting and receiving these funds?
Yes, we do have a list. I can send you that list of all the partners. Obviously, they were not able to all be here this evening, but I can definitely send you to the council. So if Harold's not on there, but Lawrence Methuen Community Coalition, they help us run the hub every Tuesday. We meet over 50 partners. They also provide peer recovery coaches, specifically for the city of Lawrence and Methuen. So we meet every Tuesday, and they also assist us with bringing residents from the city of Lawrence to detoxes and provide services to them. They also follow up in case there's an overdose. They work very closely with our police department, and with that, I will also bring up now the Lawrence Police Department, Lieutenant Fleming, just to speak a little bit more on his role with us as a partner and the funds we gave to the police department.
Good evening.
Good evening, Lieutenant.
So from the police department's perspective, we recognized very early that we couldn't arrest our way out of this problem. And just give you some context, in 2024, we had 177 overdoses. 144 of those were non-fatal, and 33 of those were fatal. So we had 33, yes. Oh,
Can you repeat the data?
usually by my fourth sentence I slow down, so I start off quick and I slow it down. To give you a little context, in 2024, we had 177 overdoses, 144 non-fatal, and 33 of those were fatal. Much of those non-fatal were because of our efforts handing out Narcans with our community partners. But we had 33 fatalities. If we had 33 motor vehicle deaths, there would be teams of people looking at the problem. God forbid if we had 33 murders, there'd be task force going on this. But that's what we're dealing with. When we first started doing this as a police department, we were just doing enforcement. We were doing no other secondary looks into this problem. But now we've cultivated many, many relationships, and we're trying to do, we are still doing enforcement. Our drug unit is very, very active. They're doing an excellent job. But we're also looking at this from a victim standpoint. If someone's overdosing, they're dealing with a lot more than just the event. And from a police perspective, we're just the first ones responding. We're the first ones on scene. So our role now is we've carved out a portion of the police department to kind of focus on a non-traditional approach to doing this. And the only way we can do a non-traditional approach is by having these non-traditional partnerships that we've now cultivated through these, Mr. Pimentel's efforts. 5-6 years ago, they weren't speaking with the police department. We had the stigma that we weren't there to help. We were there just to do enforcement. And I think we've done great strides to break down that stigma. Now the police department are a huge ally with these partners, and conversely, we're now an ally with them. We're getting some, making some really, really good inroads to dealing with this problem and working with our hospitals and our outreach workers. And we also do our own outreach from time to time, building these relationships with now the people that have suffering with addiction are now able to walk up to us and say, hey, yeah, you're right, I do have a problem, can you help out? Literally coming up to us and saying, yeah, we need help, can you help us out? So we from the police department perspective, have taken a non-traditional approach to this, and we can only do it with the partnerships that we've been developing.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Any questions for Lieutenant Fleming? Council President.
Thank you again. Same question, how much money was allocated to the police department, and if those funds were related to your mission, perhaps the approach you have taken from before, previous to this fund coming in, or you have a specific task for these funds coming to the police department? So the police department has dedicated 2 people for this project, actually 3 people, myself, Captain Aguilar, myself, and Detective Monte Cabo. So we've dedicated those people, that's our full-time effort to work on just that, which is a daunting task. Having 3 people address the numbers I just gave you is a lot. When we use the funds that Mrs. Director Pimentel gives us, we use that to do off-hours outreach. We do that to run outreach program. We did an extensive program last summer where we did, we referred to as sweep and treat,
where we went out there and actually went out there with our partners trying to get people into detox that same day results. So what we're doing, we're going out there in the same day, saying, hey, there's no barriers, we have food for you, we have shelters for you, we have showers for you, and we have detox beds already available. So that's what we're using our funds for. We're using none of these funds for enforcement purposes whatsoever. We're just doing them for outreach and treatment. I believe the number is 50.
It's 100,000 on this round. It's 100,000 in this round, and then we're doing other rounds, and also the COSUP grant, they're part of it, so that's something we'll discuss afterwards. That's a grant that's up before you guys as well. It's another grant that we've leveraged with these funds and the work that we're doing.
So, but through you, Madam Chair, with the first amount that we received, the 1.something million, they received 100,000, right?
100,000 the first round, that's
Yeah.
right.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Counselor, I wanted to say Luzon. Counselor Marmal. Last time I was confusing her with Levy. I'm confusing Levy with her.
So the 100,000 is to service the 3 employees, or is that, is it part of any overtime hours? Is it part of the salary, or is this going straight to, any other services that you guys are providing?
So I believe the original budget we wrote up was, it helps supplement one of the officers' salaries, and then it goes to overtime. And then if we do any special assignments, like special events, it would pay for whatever we needed to. Like if we needed to rent out the showers, or we need to rent out tents for these events, it would go towards that sort of funding.
I've worked closely with you from time to time, and we've been able to experience, unfortunately, when they don't want any services. Mr. Fleming, do you have or keep track of those that we do serve? I'm a sucker for hearing success stories, and it helps to approve for these type of services. Like, you're just more eager to say yes to these things when you see the success of it. So are we keeping track of those that are actually saying yes, that they need help? And are we also having any type of progress reports in terms of them successfully completing any type of program that we have assigned them to?
So one of our partnerships is with Essex County Outreach, and we track all that data. Of course, we don't use individuals' names. I can't give you individual success stories, but we do track how many people have taken on some services, how many people have refused services, and how many people won't have contacts. We track all that, and I can provide you with the Essex County Yearly Report. We'll give you a kind of a graph of where we're going with that. But I'll tell you that there are some success stories. During the Wednesday night dinner we had with the homeless dinner on Wednesdays at the bus station, there was an individual there, the older gentleman says, hey, I'll drop off some clothes. Do you mind if I said, yeah, go right ahead. And he goes, yeah. He's like, I come down I was down with Lawrence quite a bit. My daughter was, sadly addicted, and I had Section 35s, and I was just entertaining the conversation, and just out of matter of course, says, oh, how's she doing? He goes, unbelievable, great. She's now works at a Waldorf in Boston, making $140,000 a year. And I was taken aback because we don't hear those successes. We have to do this job and just hope we're doing the right thing. And so the person that refuses treatment, they'll refuse it 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and the 7th time they're successful, we may never see that person again. So our efforts are not always, we can't really produce all the empirical data that we'd like to the success stories, but we are tracking our outreach. We are tracking how many people take us up on this outreach. And we just rest assured there are some real anecdotal evidence that it is helping people individually as we go on.
And are you also keeping track as to those that we, the numbers of those that are Lawrence residents versus those that are from neighboring communities?
Yes, we do. We again, through Essex County Outreach, we break it down into communities. So, and those numbers are sometimes fluid because sometimes they're in Lawrence or out of Lawrence. But the best we can, we do have those numbers, and we can provide those to you as well.
Thank you. Councilors, any other questions or comments?
Has it as well.
Yep.
Seeing none. So I'm going to ask you a question that's been asked to others, just to keep things fair for everyone. Would you say that the Lawrence Police Department encounters many or few homeless pregnant women on our streets?
Fortunately, not a whole lot of homeless pregnant women. When you hit that demographics where you're homeless and are pregnant, a lot of resources open up to you. So from the police point of view, we don't see a whole lot of homeless pregnant women out there. But we do have upwards of, we're almost at 300 homeless individuals that we are servicing right now in Lawrence. We meet monthly to kind of pare down that number so we know exactly who's where. And we take our people that are in services and not in services, but we're dealing with approximately anywhere between 250 and 300 homeless individuals as we speak right now in Lawrence.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Council Marmo. I remember. She remembered her question.
Out of curiosity, do you think that the services and the funding that we're receiving, allowing us to provide this funding for all these programs, are you seeing an influx of people that are becoming of the homeless community from other neighboring communities that are potentially finding out about the amazing resources that the city of Lawrence is providing? Are you guys seeing like an influx of the number of individuals coming into the city of Lawrence in order to
not for that
receive?
reason. The big draw for the city, unfortunately, is the cost of fentanyl in the city. It's so cheap here in Lawrence, opposed to neighboring New Hampshire towns, other cities. The people come here under the auspices of just getting their drugs and going back to their hometown, and sometimes they get here, it's just easier for them to stay here, continuing drugs. Sometimes they get arrested, we towed their cars, they leave the court, and there's nowhere else to go, and they have spots where they know where they can get a drug supply, and that's the unfortunate reality is the draw is the drugs that come down here. And again, just so we know that we're not just doing this from one angle, our street narcotics unit is probably the most active in the Merrimack Valley. And what's very unique about them, they'll often, after they make an arrest, they'll give a call to our unit and say, hey, we just arrested this girl. She's new to the street. She really has a problem. Can you guys do something? So they're really doing it. We are holding them accountable. We are doing enforcement, but we're also trying to take it from another angle to see if we can't help the person on the road to recovery.
Thank you. On the drug part of it, I want to say thank you to you, Lieutenant. We have the Captain Aguilar here and the Gang and Drug Unit of LPD. You guys have been making many arrests lately. Last time, Lieutenant, you were and Captain Aguilar, you guys were in front of the council, particularly for a similar topic. I was one of the councils that emphasized the number one attraction, which is the cost of drugs here in our city, and. I'm seeing an increase. I mean, I know there's always effort in that, but we're seeing the fruits of that labor. So I just want to thank you guys in the LPD for the work that you guys are doing there.
I appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I do want to just quickly add as well, and I am very grateful to be able to work with Lieutenant Fleming and Captain Aguilar on this project. And also the death rates have gone down. Believe 2022, the overdose death rates was 60 at that time. Then in 2023 was 40, and then now 2024 has been 33. I believe is the death rate now is 33. So it is going down just as another information piece. So just be aware of that. Although, like I said earlier,
That's percent, Director?
I'm sorry?
33%?
33 deaths.
Oh,
Deaths.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And for us, obviously, one is too much, but the overdose death rates are going down. And unfortunately, we're dealing now with xylazine, which now makes it completely difficult, but I think everybody here is doing the work. So now I would present Dan Holloran from the Lawrence Prospera Group. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a long day.
Always a pleasure to have you.
Always a pleasure to be here again. Dan Halloran, 24 Thomas Road, and the Vice Chair's District, over at CSU and Lawrence Prospera. So I think we explained the Lawrence Prospera. So we're in the middle of that split right now. But with this grant, and we've dealt with 16 to 24-year-old court and gang-involved kids over the past many years, but this is really helping us reach down to that younger group. because we're finding that they're recruiting the 14 and 15-year-olds, and we really didn't have the services for them, except for our basketball program. And this is allowing us to kind of do things after school for the kids who are in there. I always, Ken, and I'm a big boys club guy, but this is for the guys who aren't allowed in the boys club, the kids who have behavioral issues or are out in the streets. So those are the kids we're dealing with, and we're trying to teach them. We do anything from a silk screening shop to an embroidery shop with them, music, and a bunch of other things. But we also add the mental health part of it, and then the gang awareness, different programs like that, because we're trying to keep them from taking the next step. A lot of them are really being pushed into, from the gang recruitment, and we're trying to kind of stop that. And a lot of our staff. So this is really helping us expand our hours. This Monday, we're back. We tried this last year with the Community Development Office, was helping us, and we kind of seeded this program last year, and it was really successful. Then we ran out of money for a little while, and now we're back to it. But we are actually changing our hours. This will help us seed everything else. Our hours with our outreach staff and our case managers and other staff are moving from basically 8:30 to 4:30, from noon to 8 o'clock, and our gyms will be open for the more high-risk kids probably till 10 or 11 o'clock at night. So we're trying to keep them off the streets, get them tired out, feed them a good meal, and help them any way we can. So success rate, I think we're fairly successful, but there are times we fail, and that's the tough part of this job. So, but it's work we love to do, and my staff does.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilors, any questions? Council President.
Again, welcome back.
Oh, nice to be back. You always pick the nights my wife is not working, though.
I know, right? I think that you know that could be a potential conflict. That's why you. That's
no,
why
I
you
was
told
going to
her.
thank you, but don't tell her.
And actually, Dan, we send out the meeting dates to our lovely clerks, so they choose when they want to what meetings they want to work.
Yeah, enough said. Yes.
Well, I'm actually glad to see you all the time here. I mean, frequently, because I know that the work that you guys do. So, how much money you guys get from this specific fund?
I believe total is $113,000 total. I think it's.
So essentially, what I would like to know is whether or not you're using this fund for your mission as an organization, or if you're using this fund for a specific project.
It's basically. I mean that most of it is really to start attracting more of that 14 to 16-year-old range. I mean, there's a lot of great programs for that 17, and most of the grant funding is really like the SSYA grant we do with the police department, which is a great grant, but we can't really bring a 15 or 16-year-old into that program. Same thing with our Youth Build program. So we're kind of recruiting that younger group. So, I mean, we still have some older kids come in. We're not telling a 19-year-old they can't come in, but we're really pushing. If you come next week, you'll see a lot of younger kids who've the freshman deans at Lawrence High School and Rise Academy will be sending the younger kids over, and we're starting to see a lot more 8th graders in there.
No, and I'm glad that you guys are focusing on the youth, because I mean there is a lot of programs that because of the age they can provide services, and we understand that focusing on that, you're actually preventing the gang recruit at the early age.
Yes.
And potential use of legal things for adult.
Yeah,
but not necessarily for young kids.
Yeah, no, it's pretty tough when you lose a kid to a gang, but it's we're trying to prevent it. I think we're a little more successful as we kind of learn, and we've got some good outreach folks who are all, Lawrence born and bred and been involved, and some of them did some hard time in some it's a jail, so they understand the streets. And we do have some ex-gang members on staff who are kind of helping out.
Yeah, I wanna have a conversation with the organization once I visit
Yes.
about coaching, and since you mentioned basketball, I would like to get a little more into that, but
Well-
not at this meeting, because I mean, this is more to focus on the,
I will make the plug that it starts next week, and we're doing registration. We're up to about 400 kids, though. We would like to get to 600 again.
yeah, I mean, we need to have a conversation about that.
Yes. Oh,
Thank you.
absolutely, absolutely.
Council Marmo.
I love the fact that you guys are gonna target, the 14 to 16-year-olds. I think, I forget what other grant came before us, and that was something that I was intrigued by. How do you receive your clients? Is it a referral base? Like the schools call you up whenever they identify someone?
Courthouse, juvenile court, some of the judges, but mostly from the high schools, like I guess it's lucky, but our gentleman who I coached when he was a 7th grader, Dante Neal, runs our basketball program, but he's also the freshman dean or hall monitor at the high school. So all the kids he catches it in the when they're not supposed to be in the halls, those kids are usually with us the next week. So we're using, anybody we can, any kind of referrals from the schools or the courts.
When you say high school, you're referring to Lawrence High?
Lawrence
You're including-
Lawrence High School. That's where we have our biggest advocates right now.
So Greater Lawrence Tech is not part of,
We have a share of it, so a lot of the high school kids from even Greater Lawrence Tech, our basketball program's not set for the kids who play it's the kids who got cut or aren't allowed to play. So I would say, in our high school basketball program, probably about half the group are Greater Lawrence students. But I would say Rise Academy has their own basketball program in our league, so we don't recruit them for basketball, but we do invite them in after school.
and what is your plan of action or Prospera's plan of action to target 14 to 16-year-olds? Like, what seems to be like the new strategy in place?
Honestly, basketball was it's just a big connection, the music, it's the programs you offer in the place. So we have a whole music technologist. It's not go in there and learn how to rap, it's learning everything in the music. Same with the screen printing and art. I finally got a person to teach silk screening who worked at the Boys and Girls Club for 17 years, so he came on board. So we're doing a little more of that. So it's just offering programs that kids are interested in. Youth Build, which has been a great program for us over the last 15 years, it's a great program, but there's not a lot of young kids interested in construction. So we're trying to find things that they're actually interested in and want to learn. So we're bringing the folks in. The music one is a wait list. We just did digital photography we started offering, and we only take 5 kids in each shop, so we're kind of splitting the time up. So we'll do digital photography at 4 o'clock, then we'll do it at 6, so we can handle 10 kids. So we do a lot of that, but we still mix in the life skills in between. And at dinner time, we usually bring a guest speaker that I'll be calling all of you in to come talk to them. Or we bring a social worker, or we bring, someone from usually it's Mako from the police department come and speak. And, it's just different subjects I might have forgot. My kids, I don't know all the little tricks to vaping and all that stuff, but they'll come in and, teach those kids what to stay away from or what to look for in the streets. So there's a lot of we trick them into the education piece. They don't always want to be lectured, but they want to learn. So I think we do a good job in our social work. We do have a licensed mental health counselor on staff who does some work over there. But most of our guys who work for me, it's kind of interesting, but a few of them actually played basketball for me like 20 years ago, so I do feel old. But they've got the street smarts and they're out there. So I always say we're kind of a really good source for, with local talent that really cares about the city. We do have a little piece of Methuen, I always say that, so just to be clear, we've got a small grant to cover the Arlington district, but that's probably 10% of our program. But I can't tell the difference where the kid lives. Once they're in our building, they're just our kids. So it's, but the worst part is going into the juvenile detention things and seeing a 15-year-old. So if we can prevent that, we're doing some work.
I would like to discuss at a later point in time, and if you could provide it via email. I'm intrigued in terms of the programs that you said that are on a wait list. What are the programs that I guess the city are not, is not offering locally, and you guys are trying to think outside the box, and
Well,
you guys are aware in terms of what the youth is interested in, and
So-
it gives us an idea as to what are the type of programs that we need to allocate certain resources to.
I would really think, there's so many great programs, but I think it's just the reach out. I think music is really taken off like crazy, and it's the whole music technology. Gaming is, and I forgot about gaming. Our grant writer wrote a grant to have a gaming room, and we have to keep the kids to an hour and 15 minutes in it because there's such a demand. So we schedule them, but part of it is earned. So you have to earn your time there. If you misbehave, we've got to monitor hearing. There's no swearing while you're gaming, and we'll have to put them out. We're never throwing them out for good, but they might get thrown out for a night, and we try to kind of just change behavior while we're doing it, but all that kind of stuff is earned there. But we've broken the classes into groups of 5 just for control issues too, and you'll find sometimes you got kids in rival, gangs or groups, so you try to separate them, but try to work with them so there's no issues in the building. We haven't had issues since I got there, so I'm not complaining about it, but I think it's my outreach work is doing a really good job of making sure they know the room. In the summer, we do slow down a little bit, though, so we're thinking about changing our hours a little earlier. I know I went over my 2 minutes again, didn't I? Okay. But I always invite, so I'm waiting for you folks to show up for a tour. It's a great place to come, and next week will be an even better place to come after 4 o'clock when we really kind of expand that.
So any day after 4?
Any day after 4.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Council President.
Do you mind organizing something so we can share with the councilors and
Sure.
open up something
Sure.
later?
I didn't know if it got into the more than 3 people there or anything. There's no.
If we don't, there is ways. There is we can organize it well.
Okay, and I would put the 26th of the month on your calendar. That's our family night for our programming, and that's a big mix. We usually get about 120 people in there. And
Give us recommendations for the dates that are best for us to attend.
yeah. Any day's a good day.
Awesome. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none?
Oh, sorry. Yes, we just dealt with that. So we do deal, a lot of our young ladies, and I made a real effort to attract. When we first got there, it was 99% male, and now we're probably 60-40 with females in our program. So it becomes other issues between young fathers and expecting mothers. So we try to help them with housing. We try to help them with any kind of service, but we try to partner with a lot of groups too, but we do have case managers who concentrate on trying to help them through those. I always say we've done baby showers for people because they have no family, all the way up to try to make them feel good about this process, because it's a tough life for a 16 or 17-year-old expecting mother. Including some of the fathers who are out there too. We've dealt with them. But We'd probably end up growing it, but we've got so much to do.
Councilor Luzon.
Do you mind sending us the data of how many of your clients are, how many pregnant clients you get to see at your program?
Okay, do you want monthly, yearly?
Whatever you have, you can
I'll get
send
it all to you, yes, yeah. One thing I've learned about this, grant and funding, your numbers better be right. So we'll pull them out and get them to you as soon as possible. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I will just also add, we actually awarded $250,000, but because this is our first year, they've only been able to draw down so far that amount, so we did give them an extension. I don't know who remembers, but when I found out that these funds were in the city of Lawrence for over a year and a half, and they were just sitting in account, that's when we started working with this program. So I don't know if you guys remember that, going back to that. So they only had a certain amount of time, but we have provided extensions. And now I will call Lawton Boxing, Edwin Candelario.
How you guys doing? Edwin Candelario. My organization is located at 360 Merrimack Street, Lawrence, Mass. When we started the program, it was founded on reducing gang violence and trying to get youth off the streets. It's been a program that's been around since '09. And right now we haven't received the funds yet, but once we do have a plan in action. We range from 10 to 18 years old, but we do have people that pass that 18 years old threshold. We have many grown men as well that are in the program. We also have police officers who are training, like trainers as well. They signed up to help train kids. One of my co-owners is a police officer, Jesse Fabian. So he's been working with us as well. So we kind of been expanding. We want to expand the gym. We got a second side that's ready to go. And once we receive the funds, we're already ready to get the program rolling for the opioid side of things. We want to get that youth development going with that. We get monthly visits from the state police as well. So the goal is to have the police officers and the state police, when they do pass by, to have, monthly discussions with the children, kind of get them to understand, drugs and what can happen when you use them and what can happen, when you get caught using them or carrying them. For the most part, our gym is predominantly children from Lawrence. We do have outsiders as well. Our gym it usually grows through word of mouth. That's why we get a lot of outsiders as well. But right now we are a gym that is free to all. And we've been I'm itching to get the age group down to 8 years old, but we'll work on that.
Thank you. When you mentioned your partner, I went like this, because now I'm remembering Jesse has invited me multiple times to go to your site. I have yet to schedule that with him, so you just reminded me that I need to follow up with
No,
him.
absolutely. Yeah.
Councilors, any questions or comments? Councilor President.
Same question. How much money you expecting to receive from this?
40 grand on this
For this
grant.
round? 40 grand.
Yeah, they were recently.
And essentially, as you mentioned, you would like to use this fund specifically for a specific project, or spend it on within your mission of the organization?
Part of our mission has always been to get the kids, off the streets, whether it's drug-related, gang-related, and focusing more on school. But this program itself will be focused heavily on opioids. But I would also like you guys to know that, with these funds, we're kind of looking to keep these kids as long as possible. If I can get a 10-year-old and keep him till he's 18 plus, fighting for us, or even just training at our gym, I think that's a victory. Because keeping him busy, keeping him active, keeps him off the streets. And we have a number of kids that have performed at shows recently. We had a kid that just fought last week. He won. But again, you don't have to fight when you come to my gym. We're kind of expanding the more fitness side of things, because some people are a little bit intimidated when they think of boxing, right? Nobody wants to go in that ring. Some people just don't want to get punched in the face, and I get that. So we're kind of trying to focus more on the health side of things, get kids active. It's fun to play video games. It's fun to be home and hang out, but it's better to be active, when you have, when you get to work on yourself and see what you can do, like we want to expand a weightlifting program for some of these kids so they can, see a different side of them and maybe something that they can expound on that they didn't know that they can do. So that's kind of where we're trying to aim at with this grant.
Thank you. Council President?
Sure.
Councilor Marmol, do you have?
I'll repeat the same question. I believe you kind of said, you mentioned it, even though you didn't say numbers. Do you have a way of keeping track in terms of the youth that we're servicing, that there are residents of Lawrence and those that are coming in from neighboring communities?
So once we start the grant, like once we start the process, we can. We do have a plan for that. I can tell you where I can get information on where everybody lives because we have to license every kid anyway. But right now we've been doing things privately, so we're kind of like been self-funded. But once we get the grant, we'll definitely be able to provide any data you guys require.
What was the age group you said?
Right now it's 10 plus. The goal is to possibly get it down to 8, but I want to make sure that we have enough staff members to really. 8-year-olds are a lot of work. I got, my son is 8 years old, he's in it, but, there's a bunch of kids that just really like to be there. It's a very active gym, and like I said, right now it's 10 plus, but we're thinking of reducing that to 8.
Obviously, you don't have those numbers now. I'm assuming it's something that I hope you could keep track of once you receive these funds. The youth, do you happen to know how many are on substance abuse or have an opioid problem? How many of them are homeless? Because to me, those are two separate issues.
Sure. Right now, to be honest with you, at our gym, we don't have anybody that's really on drugs. In the past, we did, and we were real successful with some of these individuals, and a lot of them remained at the gym and helped out with a lot of the kids and moved on and became great individuals with, children and kind of having a prosperous life. But as of right now, like I said, it's more youth development and kind of keeping them away from drugs and just steering them in the right direction.
Any of them are homeless?
Not that I know of. And again, I just took over the gym the turn of the calendar year, so there's going to be a lot of different things that we will be able to provide in terms of information once I get it kicked into full gear.
And lastly, your hours of operation.
So we're Monday through Thursday for most of the kids, from 4 till close. Close is the last person, typically around 7:30, 8 o'clock. Sometimes we expand those hours if if we have a tournament coming up, or for instance, we have a professional fight in the Saturday, so we'll stay open a little longer. And then with some of the more older kids, we tend to do something on the weekends where either right now we're indoors because it's a little chilly, but the weather's getting great. But typically we run a program outside where we work out either at the reservoir or by the farm, the jail farm.
So you said Monday to Thursday, so Friday, Saturday, Sundays.
So like I said, on the weekends is more, we do take a group of kids. We usually do it for conditioning. We're also, after 8 o'clock, we run a program with, we just started with Jesse Fabian. We're running with some police officers for conditioning. But usually on the weekends is a conditioning day, so it's optional. It's not something that, you need to do. But if you're gonna fight for me, you have to be there. But for the program, it'll definitely be Monday through Thursday with an every other Friday type of thing with the same hours of operation.
Same question for you, and I don't know, it may not seem this is relevant to your organization, but
Sure.
Any youth experiencing teen pregnancies, pregnant while possibly having an opioid issue or anything like that, of that matter?
Not really. In the past, we've had some females that were, pregnant, and like other programs have mentioned, we managed to kind of make it a family thing where we threw a party at the gym. But for the most part, I just had 6 girls sign up. It's been difficult to get girls to come to the gym.
So parents, the ones listening online, if you have any your daughters that may be interested in boxing, please reach out to.
Boxing and fitness, you know.
Boxing and fitness.
So right now we got 6 girls, and I have a waiting list. So once we get the funds and everything gets set up, it's, you know, we're going to be quick moving with a lot of the signups. The goal is to definitely get at least 25% female. And the reason why I say that number so low is because if many boxing gyms, it's rare to find more than a handful of girls. But the goal is to definitely push that number up and get them more active.
I just thought of something right now, actually. Perhaps you and your team can organize, I don't know, maybe a camp or a training day with female police officers for girls.
Sure.
And maybe that might be a way to help you guys increase participation with younger girls.
Yeah, one of the ideas in the spring was a Women's Night Wednesdays. So we're kind of trying to, that's kind of the plan, is to push for more females. You know, I have a female officer from Haverhill who comes around, so she's going to help assist. My wife and a couple past fighters that used to fight for us, they'll be coming around as well, just to make them more comfortable. And you know, a lot of times I think that's what it is. It's just kind of being intimidated with a room full of guys punching each other in the face and goofing around and stuff. So it's kind of, our new goal is to kind of make it more comfortable and equal on both sides if we could.
Any other questions, sir? I'm so sorry. Oh, no, Council Marmo.
One.
Last one for you.
No worries.
Wait to have other items.
What are you currently doing to expand your reach to the female community? Are you having conversations with middle schools, high schools?
As of right now, we're just focusing on word of mouth until we're able to add more equipment to the gym. I don't want to overfill the gym when we don't have the enough equipment for more people. But the goal is definitely, once we have the equipment, we already have a plan set up where we work with the high school. We're going to work with certain middle schools and kind of build from there, and hopefully get 60 to 70 individuals to come on in.
Well, thank you so much.
Sure.
We appreciate your time.
you for having me.
Excuse me, everyone's time so far here tonight in the chamber.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I also will add to that, as part of the opioid project, just so people don't confuse it or whoever's watching online, it's not direct to homelessness. Homelessness could be some of the unsheltered population, but like I mentioned in the beginning, opioid affects people in their homes. And anywhere. But that's just one area, and we also focus on prevention and youth prevention. And I'm going to quickly just call up Hector Brito, who's our outreach worker and peer recovery coach.
Good evening to all and those in the chamber. My name is Hector Brito. I live at 100 Alston Street, Lawrence, Mass. I've been a resident of Lawrence for 50 years. And I also was an addict for a while in this city. But since my last time of incarceration, I came out and started serving my community as I lifted up a ministry called Rescue Ministry. After that, I've been doing it for the longer, but I used to feed the people under the bridges. Then I took a training and I became a recovery coach. Right now I am working with the Essex County recovery coach out of Newburyport, but I work here in Lawrence with Officer Montecalvo, and I'm also part of that overdose crisis here in Lawrence as a vendor, and I work with my partner Ingrid. So when they have the warming center at nighttime, while everybody's just sitting there waiting for the people to come in, I'm on the road picking up people and taking them into the shelters. And before the nightfall, I'm on the street letting them know that we're going to have a warm place for them for the night. I also take people into detox programs. I also, while I'm on call, I'm helping out families. I'm getting calls even from attorneys to go and help out. So I'm happy to serve in my community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I first want to say congratulations on your sobriety.
Thank you.
It's amazing, and thank
In
you.
24 years.
24 beautiful years, and I'm glad to see that you took that dark experience and turned it into light, and now you're giving back to the community. That
Just being part of the solution, no more part of the problem.
Thank
Matter of fact, there's somebody here that used to be my neighbor, and as a neighbor, I was a nightmare. She's right back there, yeah. So I can say that, but God is good.
God is good.
God is
Amen
good.
to that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Councilors, any questions or comments? Well, we already did the council president.
I was just thinking, how much you guys receive from this program, specifically from this fund?
So we get a contract for 3 months, and I believe it's in that 9,400,
Yep, 9,500.
9,500.
Every 3 months, or that's something that you guys?
They renew it once they get the funding.
So it will be close to the 40,000?
Well, right now, what we just did, like I said earlier, because of depending on our funding, so we did the first round for the outreach workers, 9,500, and now we've extended again for the new contract round. So we have to do, obviously, the whole contract process.
So do you guys use these funds specifically for the mission of the organization, or any specific project that come up out of the opioid fund?
Well, whatever I'm getting paid is for my personal use as a vendor. I'm not contracted just working for the city at that time, at that moment. So that is a salary that I get.
I'm saying is, do you use these funds, or do you get paid to do things that you do normally, or in a special project related to the opioid fund?
Community outreach, you mean.
For the community outreach?
For our project.
For the
Community
project,
outreach
okay,
and
gotcha.
Warming centers, they go, yeah.
Yep.
Any other question? Councilor Marvel, I was supposed to say question. Councilor Marvel.
I feel like I want to direct my question to Ms. Pimentel. Can I get clarity as to what is the criteria being used to determine why different organizations get different amounts?
1 second, Hector. So we follow the Chapter 30B Massachusetts General Law for procurement. And so when we did our RFP, they each submitted different amounts. And then we go based on that. And again, this is our first year doing it because those funds were here in the city of Lawrence. I will keep reiterating that for almost 2 years before I found out about it and before we activated that. So obviously, it took a long time to plan, to work with the council, submit it to the state. I mean, there was a lot of things that we had to do. So the RFP was part of the process. We have to have it posted for a certain amount of time. So that's just the kind of the guidelines that we used.
Sorry that you have to repeat yourself.
No,
if
no, no,
this
it's
is,
okay.
If this has been mentioned previously.
No, it's fine. It's totally fine. The reason why I say is because it's fairly new for us. All the cities and towns have received settlement funds, and a lot of them haven't even started yet either. But for us, for the city of Lawrence, it did take us a while from the time that the deposits came in to activate these funds and actually get it out on the streets. I don't think you were here. That's probably why you weren't here at the council at that time.
Those that submitted via the RFP process, is there anyone in that list, or is there a number of organizations that are not going to be allotted a portion of that money?
There's some, but what we have done is kind of put them, like, we're trying to fund all the organizations that are serving the city of Lawrence in different areas because we have so many different categories. So a few of them that might have not gotten in the first round, we're going to fund in the second round.
Thank you, Councilor Luzon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Pimentel. And I have to thank Director Pimentel. She's always available when it comes to providing emergency shelter.
Thank you.
Especially in those cold winter nights that hopefully we don't get another. But I want to mention, Director Pimentel, House of Mercy, and I know they are always ready to help, and hopefully for your next round, this ministry, you can take that into consideration, because I know funds is a challenge for them, and you know and I know they are available, but I mean, lack of funds are, they need funds in order to have those doors open. So now that you mentioned that it's going to be a second round, hopefully they can work closely with your department to continue doing the great work that they have been doing for the city of Lawrence. Thank you.
First, thank you, Councilor Luzon, and thank you for your partnership. We've actually offered, that's another piece to this, we've actually offered House of Mercy a contract. They are currently kind of evaluating it and seeing, I think she responded today, matter of fact, that they were just making some adjustments, because that's also another piece of doing contracts. Sometimes we'll submit them and say, you know, we need this outreach. Can you provide food? Can you provide services for detox? But they might want to do a few other things. So it kind of takes time to finalize the contract. So right now, I think they're adding, you know, their services and scopes of services that they want and sending it back to us. But we did offer House of Mercy a contract as well. And we try to offer anyone who touches people, whether youth, adults, or even elderly, you know, people that are suffering from substance use disorder or opioid, an opportunity to help us in this project, because it's not just one thing. We try to do a plan to kind of address it from all different areas. But thank you so much. And then I'll also call Ingrid. Thank you, Hector, so much for all your hard work.
Director, how many more organizations do we have? Because there is a
One
second
more.
part to
That's
this.
it. Yeah,
Okay.
one more.
Thank you.
So it's just Ingrid, and then Modelo Health and New England Arts and Cultural Hub, right? So two more right after Ingrid. Thank you.
I should have left it.
Hi, good evening. Hi, good evening. My name is Ingrid Tevenal. I'm a community outreach worker, and I live at 9 Appleton Street in Lawrence.
Thank you. Tell us a little bit about your organization and the amount of money you received from these funds and what the organization is doing with it.
Okay, so I am an independent contractor, so I join the hub meetings every Tuesday. I listen to whatever cases are presented, such overdose, and I reach out. I go and hit the streets and try to find them if we don't have the proper information or demographics to get a hold of, but we have a photo or something like that, and I go out in the street and try to locate the person and try to see what services we can offer via, say, detox bed, or maybe help with applications for sustainable housing. I also aid in the warming centers. And I take it a little step further, so I stay in contact with the people that I help. And whatever applications I submit for them, I stay and make sure that I follow through so that they don't fall through the cracks.
Can you said that you're a individual contractor?
Yeah, so pretty much like Hector, my community outreach worker.
Outreach partner, okay. Councilors, any questions? Council President.
Same question, how much how much money you guys are getting out of these funds? And if that, obviously you explain what you guys do.
Yeah, so it's the same amount, 9,500. Yeah, and out of the residents that I've had, every last one of them has been from this community. All of the people that I have had to service have been from Lawrence.
And rough ballpark, how many would you say were women, either younger or older, pregnant, suffering from opioid?
I've never
Or
had
homelessness?
a
Never.
pregnant client, no. But I've had women that have been trying to get back in touch with children and homelessness.
Okay, thank you. I think we were good, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
for being
Have a
here
great
tonight.
night. Thank you, Ingrid. So just one more, right before we go into presentation, New England Arts and Cultural Hub. You guys doing a quick, yes, that is here, yeah. I'm so sorry that it took so long. Thank you for your time, though, I appreciate it.
Good evening, Madam Chair and the Committee of Funding. And hold on one second, let me just get this up on over here. I have a little presentation, let me see if I can get it started. Budget and funding. My name is Leo Colon, and again, I'm here representing NEACH, the New England Arts and Culture Hub, that I'm sure guys are familiar with. And I'm specifically representing the music and art program for kids that we've been having since late November. And here with me today, I have Jenny Garcia, which is our founder and coordinator. We have also Sensina Tralsi, which is our treasurer. And Naomi Vargas, which is one of our art teachers. And we have two youth volunteers, Jaira and Israel, which are here with me.
Council President.
You doing a presentation? Just tell us. We good.
Okay,
Just tell
very
us
good.
what you guys are doing.
Excellent. Very good. Yeah, well, I thought that you guys wanted to see these wonderful pictures of children in our center making art. And I'm talking about prevention over here. They say 1 ounce of prevention is worth more than 1 pound, right, of a cure. With the inflation, it's about 10 pounds of cure by now. So a little cliche, but it's something that is definitely real. And over, studies have shown that when young people are engaged in music and are in any kind of programs, there are low levels of gang violence and drug addiction in the community. It's like something that everybody agrees with that. And young people who are part of this program, they also have more social skills, self-esteem, sense of teamwork, cooperation, and that is definitely true. That's something that I see every day when I come to teach at the center. And also music and art teach discipline, right? They teach our kids to be creative, to focus, to lower their levels of stress, especially with the problem with social media. And they are engaged in an activity that is fun for them. And one very important thing is that they inspire, they become leaders and they inspire other young people to do the same. And as of now, our programs in just a couple of months have served about over 200 families and children who go there to take free art and music classes. I mean, this is something that every parent will be interested in, especially with the social issues that we have in our city of Lawrence, right? With the right funding, we have the potential of making a huge impact in the city of Lawrence. And when we say that we are really, really contributing to a better, brighter future, we mean it, right? And that's where definitely we should begin, is with prevention, taking the kids out of the streets and give them an opportunity to feel value, to make art. Who doesn't love to see a young person with a guitar singing, with a piano making art? Over here, as you can see in this slideshow behind me, over there, they're so proud. We're very good. And we hope that all of us can be part of the solution. They have to be part of a brighter future. So all of that sounds cliche, but it's the truth. It's something that you guys can see and feel and hear in the faces of all of our students. And this is just pretty much an update. We have been documenting everything. We have our department that takes care of the finances. And if you have any questions related to what we do, how we do it, I could add maybe, or just like as a teacher myself, I could just talk about my area, which is teaching directly the kids. But that is all I have for tonight.
I have one request for you.
Yes.
And
Is it a song? Let me just get my guitar.
I wish. And I think the councilors may agree with me on this, but it would be awesome if the kids that you teach can create one biggish painting that we can hang up and make this room a little bit more beautiful.
A commission, a commission. Are you guys taking notes? Are you're recording, by the way?
That
You're
we
supposed
can
to be
frame
recording
and
the
hang it up
presentation.
on, the council chamber.
Absolutely. How about some music to go with that?
Well, the music has been an issue.
Okay, well, we would love to do that, and we are definitely taking notes.
Councilors, any questions pertaining to the funding in
Yes.
the program? And Council President?
Just the same question as everybody else. How much fund you guys get from this specific fund?
We got $150,000 for the year, for the school year. That's from June to June. I forgot about our models over there. As you can see, we also have modeling as well as art and music.
And are you using these funds, this 150,000 for the mission of the organization or any specific project that are related to opioid?
Exclusively for the music and art and modeling program that we have. We have, by the way, our staff is six employees, including 4 teachers.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councilor Luzon.
Really quick, I'm familiar with what they do, and I just want to congratulate the organization. You guys should stop by. It's beautiful to see the youth engage. And it's like he mentioned, prevention, it's what we should supposed to be focusing. My question to you, do you get to see any pregnant teenager in your program? Did you serve any pregnant teenagers?
We haven't seen yet. Our ages, by the way, are from 9 through 17.
Okay.
But we have not seen yet as of now.
Good. Good thing.
We keep our doors open.
Definitely, and we appreciate that. But thank you so much for what you do. And under the leadership of Jenny, thank you for doing that. And thank you so much for, especially to you, because music is needed, and it's a great way of preventing other issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Council Marmo.
Just 2 questions. Is the funds going towards like new musical equipment, and your hours of operation?
Part of that, yeah. So yes and yes. We're definitely in the process of purchasing equipment. We already have some equipment, but there's some more that we are going to be purchasing in the next couple of months.
And hours of operation?
It's Monday to Friday. I'm not so 100% sure. I have to check. I believe it's 3:30. Correct me if I'm wrong. 3:30 to 6:30, Monday through Friday. I'm talking about the program in general.
Every day we have different.
Every day, Monday to Friday.
Monday through Friday, 3:30, so what's the?
To 6:30, which are the hours in which the kids come home from school. We could have started at 3, but most of the kids, can't get there until around 3:30, which is when we begin.
I lied. I guess I have one more question. How are students getting there? Do they have to get their own ride, or is there busing? Like, do they get busing, transportation?
I'm glad you asked for that because so far it's just parents, and that we have a number of kids that definitely we could use transportation, but it's the parents are the ones who are transporting them. That's another thing that we need to take a note of that to see if we can somehow come up with the means to provide transportation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you and good night.
Councilors and First Director Pimentel and councilors, I'm going to ask there is a second part to this. I'm going to ask to table this item so we can get the new business individuals that are here home and continue with this item after we're done with new business. So
Motion to table.
motion to table item 444-25 by Council President, seconded by Council Marmo. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and the ayes have it. With the intent that we'll be returning to this item after new business. All right, new business, Council President. All right, first item, item 84-25, resolution in support of Lawrence Public Schools' submission of a statement of interest to the Massachusetts School Building Authority, better known as MSBA, Accelerated Repair Program, intended for roof and window repairs. This would be a 2-year project and is brought to us by the Chief Operating Officer, Odanis Hernandez. Chief? You earned that title, Chief.
Not enough Indians. Good evening, councilors. Thank you for having us here. I'm here with Chris Marlino, who's Director of Facilities for Lawrence Public Schools. This item before you is recently, through a different conversation with the MSBA, we were made aware that there is still an opportunity for municipalities or districts to apply and submit statements of interest to the MSBA for their accelerated repair projects for 2025 funding. So internally, we do have, for our facilities, we have an internal document that we track life expectancy of our buildings, of our city buildings. And we thought that this was a great opportunity for us to introduce 3 projects to the MSBA that would be beneficial to our schools and our community that would qualify under the requirements of this particular SOI or statement of interest. That would be the Arlington Complex through their window project. The Arlington was constructed in 1987. It has over 800 windows that, they do not open. If you drive by the Arlington, if you've been there, a lot of them are kind of like stained. You can't really see inside or outside. So that will be one of the projects that we'll be proposing. And 2 roof projects. One will be the Frost Complex and the South Lawrence East. These projects, they need to be either windows and or roofs that are over 20 years old, and that's why this particular schools were selected. So with that said, we would like to apply, have Lawrence with these 3 projects, part of the kind of like be, part of the submission for the MSBA. We did have an OPM do kind of like a walkthrough with us and just to provide their feedback around how much it would cost, right? We need to think about cost. So to do the Arlington windows with the 800 windows that it has, it would be about $10 million. And the roof projects, or the roofs for both the Frost and the South Lawrence East, are $3.5 million each. This is roughly a total of $18 million with the MSBA reimbursement rate of approximately 70 to 80%. If we know MSBA reimbursement rates, it's between 70 to 80%. And then, this is not taking into account any possible escalation rates that can come about, and we're thinking anywhere between 4 to 5%. Again, this item is before you because as part of that process, we need to obtain, your approval for submitting this to them. This will be a project or a process of about 2 to 3 years. The submission of this application is the first step. If our calculations are appropriate or correct, we estimated that, the ongoing conversations with the city would be for their contribution to be anywhere between $4 to $5 million of the total project. But again, this is expected to be a 2 to 3 year project from the submission date, which is due to the MSBA on March 21st, which is why we're here before you and hoping to move through the motion so that we can at least see if the MSBA can continue to fund. We've already received funding from the MSBA. We're building 2 new schools. That was funding through the MSBA. Prior to that, we also received ARP or accelerated repair projects through the MSBA. We did an elevator project at the North Common or the old high school. And we did two other things with the MSBA as well. So we're excited that the MSBA has this funding opportunity and has sort of indirectly invited us to apply again. I would be happy to entertain any questions.
Quick question, is this fund, is something that the school system would have to pay back, or is it no, full grant? Okay. Any questions or comments? Could you repeat the schools again? Council Arlington, Frost, and South Lawrence East. Council President.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. So I'm glad that you guys are doing this. Definitely happy. Obviously, I'm very critiqued to the formula that the state have for, especially for cities like ours. That when they say 80% doesn't mean 80%. That doesn't mean that at all. I don't know, because this is a specific base project. The 80% will mean 80 or 70 or whatever it is. But when it comes to the new schools, it's reimbursable cost, which is a little different than real cost. And it ended up being in one of the schools in Lawrence that we pay more than what the SBA was supposed to pay, like 80%. But I don't know if in this specific project, because it's window roof, if they're gonna have that amount directly as an expendable amount. So maybe once you come up next week, if you can provide that information, that would be great. But I'm glad that you guys are doing this. It's $17 million, $80 million project. I would like you to give me some information. You mentioned that we have done a couple of projects with the MSBA, as you said, 2 schools, and also prior projects from, different than those. Can you bring us, do you have, like, when those other projects happened, it was within the last 10 years?
Yes, so I will have that information. I know when I became Chief Operating Officer, I had the pleasure of closing 2 of our ARP projects. So that was roughly, 2018, I think. So it was 2018, it's not the other day.
Just
but it's recent information. So I can bring that I can share with you prior to, and I can bring for the full council.
Yeah, I'm interested to get a total amount of
projects.
Project value that we have done in the city of Lawrence. Sure. Including the 2 schools that we're building. So I'm assuming that that's going to be over $300 million because just the 2 school itself is close to that. So just give me that amount. I would like to get that information and have it on record.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Well, quick suggestion. If I know that this is going to be a loan project, well, not that long, but if we can consider local vendors at any point, please take that into consideration. We have companies in the city that are able and capable, but they need information on how to become vendors. And I know that you will provide that information. So if there's any opportunity to invite local companies to become vendors, it will be great for our local economy. And I would like to make a motion if we don't have, Madam Chair, any other questions.
No questions? No.
Motion to send to the full council with favorable recommendation.
Motion has been made, seconded by Councilor Marmol. Discussion? Council President.
Through you, Madam Chair. This is a resolution. Yeah. So what we need to do is, this is a resolution, right? That we're doing.
It says it needs our approval for
Resolution
them
and
to
support.
submit.
Yeah, resolution to submit. So actually what we're doing is approving a resolution. Am I right?
But it has to go to the full council.
Yes, I know. But I mean, if it is a vote to approve the resolution, we have to have the resolution for the full council and then be able to vote at the full council for the resolution. I mean, that's what I think it was. Because we don't have now, you need a vote from the city council to allow to apply, so that's through a resolution.
Do we change the motion?
Yes, let's change it to approve the resolution.
Motion to approve the resolution and send this to the full council.
Motion has been made, properly seconded by Counselor Marmal. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the ayes have it.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Council. Thank you. Have a great night.
Counselors, I'm going to take, I do know Attorney Hooton needs to get off of Zoom. I'm going to take item 87-25, payment of prior year bills in the amount of $10,496.55 to be paid to Brody Hardin. And we have Attorney Hooton with us on Zoom. Hold on, Attorney, we can't hear you. Attorney, we can't hear you. Hold on. Why is this not working now?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay. These are three bills for one vendor. Unfortunately, there were certain mistakes made. One of the bills was submitted but somehow never went through. The second bill, only the part that was for extra, for instance, deposition costs were paid, the legal fees were not paid. And the third one was added into another bill and was never paid. So these are two of our outside cases that we have that are winding down. And we were doing a reconciliation and found that we had missed these three bills.
Thank you. Counselors, any questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to send this up with a favorable recommendation? Motion has been made by the council president, seconded by Counselor Marmal. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it. Thank you, Attorney.
Thank you very much.
All right, Brad, what item are you here for?
Gateway.
Gateway?
Housing choice.
Housing choice. Gateway housing. Okay, all right. Ms. Fink? Yes. I know you have an item that's pertaining to the opioid. I don't want to take this yet because I want to finish the update from the first opioid funding situation, and then I'm going to go to your item, okay? Thank you. All right, item 86-25, authorization to expend $7,365,455.92 towards the Lead Hazard Control and Healthy Homes grant awarded by the Office of Lead and Hazard Control and Healthy Homes. We have Kate King from the Office of Planning and Development here with us tonight.
Thank you. So this is our we have 20 years of implementing lead hazard control grants. This grant, as you said, is for $7,365,455.92. It is a 4-year grant. With this grant, we will be able to maintain the employment of 2 existing people in our office and hire 2 more. I believe those positions were in front of you in personnel a couple of weeks ago. With this grant, we hope to make 200 units of housing lead safe. Approximately 180 units will have healthy home interventions. This could be radon remediation, mold remediation, or other similar health interventions. With this grant, we hope to provide lead worker and lead supervisor training to 100 low-income Lawrence residents. They will thereby get their licenses to become lead workers. Any questions?
Councilors, any questions? Council President.
Thank you for waiting. But I know that you're part of the team as well. Can you split up the funds as of how you gonna use the funds when it comes to employees that are for the city, when it comes to the unit that you're going to repair, percentage-wise, and also when it comes to the labor force education.
So, there are 4 full-time employees, plus a portion of my time doing the finances, working on the budget, being here. So the salaries are approximately 1.1 million worth of salaries. We also will break out and pay and cover health insurance, dental, Medicare, pension. As far as the actual lead abatement or lead safe work, it is 4.7 million from the grant, and then we will match that with another 300,000. So about $5 million worth of actual construction costs. And then there is also the Healthy Homes piece, which is all construction costs, there's no salary with that. That is $740,000 worth of costs. Now, I say construction, that could be as simple as installing bathroom fans for the mold, it could be as much as installing a new roof because they have a leak and you don't want to do all the lead work and have them have a mold issue later on. So
through you, Madam Chair, the 740 was for what?
those are for the Healthy Homes interventions. So it could be anything from radon remediation, mold remediation. You see a lot of new bathroom inserts go in and exhaust fans. That was a lot of what we did last time, and some mold remediation. Some radon, which is usually an exhaust fan installed into the basement. There is a regulation now that for every house you go into, the EPA has a map of the area, and if it's a high radon area, we have to test anytime you go into it. But not every area in Lawrence is considered high radon on the EPA map. But it's estimated probably about 180 units will be testing.
And you mentioned that 180 units will be benefit from that, from the program?
From the Healthy Homes interventions, and there'll be 200 units made lead safe. Out of those 200, about 180 of those will also receive Healthy Homes interventions. It's a complement to the lead. You have to do the lead first, and then you can go in and do the Healthy Homes.
All right, so 200 total, and then 180
180 will see
other
the
stuff.
additional benefit of.
Yeah. And workforce development?
So that is, we'd have to put that out to bid. I don't have the exact number. Last grant, it was less than 100,000, so probably about 90,000 to 100,000. We're planning on committing to that.
Okay, it's like 100K?
I think it's going to be it's going to be the 90,000 because they're also going to get you have to have a physical. So they're actually, the contract, we're going to ask them to pay for the physical up front, and we'll reimburse them for the physical, so that way we don't have to contract with the hospital.
Mm-hmm, gotcha. There is like 1-point-something million left, like 1.2 million?
Yeah,
within
so there's
everything?
also, there's overhead, there's going to be, like I said, the health insurance, they're going to cover the employees' health insurance. They have equipment, they're going to get it's called a SIAPS, it's a soil testing, and they can do basic lead testing with it, so that way, if a family is out of their unit, we don't want them to stay out longer than I think the maximum we try to do is 10 days. So if for some reason we can't get that unit tested to get re-inspected for them to be allowed to go back in, to get their certifications to go back in, our office will be able to handle that. Sometimes your lead inspector who we contract out with is on vacation. We had a terrible situation last year where our lead inspector passed away in the middle of the grant, and we had to scramble to find somebody. This way we can pick up the slack with this. So that's $24,500 we're asking. We have some professional services. I've asked, we're going to ask a contractor to help us do what's called a Tier 1. You can't spend any money until you do your environmental review, and it's a Tier 1 environmental review, and we just don't have the capacity to do one of those in our office. There's some other purchase services. I ask for covering some of the rent, covering the citywide audit. If you're a grant, you need to be audited, so we ask the grants to contribute to the cost of the audit. And basic supplies, paper, pens, things like that. There's outreach piece. So we pay for outreach to be done. That's going to have to go out to bid, obviously. We also employ or use the Mayor's Health Task Force to do some of our outreach, and we cover 10% of the salary of one of their employees, and then we pay for outreach materials.
Can you, through you, Madam Chair, can you provide us with a total amount of salaries and benefit when it comes to this grant? Because I
Sure.
have $1.1 million in salaries plus benefit.
Yeah, so
and
the
then there is all the
benefits-
things like add up a little more.
Yeah,
like
I
the
mean, I
health
can
tax
give you
and
those
stuff.
figures broken out later, sure. I mean, I can email you that, yeah. Like the pensions assessment alone is 92,000 because it's
Yeah.
10%, so.
Yeah, just give me more like a
Yeah,
more
I'll give you a
realistic
total for the
number to
salaries,
total.
sure. And then, yeah, I mean, it's equipment, there is some travel because they're required to go to program manager school, it's called. They're tried to go three of them through the course of the 4-year grant. And some other, there's a new grantee orientation.
No, and the reason that I'm asking is because we have 2 employees currently, or 2 more, so that's double, that's gonna be double the amount of salaries that we used to pay in the past compared to the future.
We've actually used to have 3 persons working on the lead grant, but 1 left, and we just never filled the position. So that's why we only have 2 people that worked on the current lead grant, still working in the office. So we're going to maintain those 2, and then hire 2 more. But yes, and I mean, a condition of employment always is per funding of the grant.
Yeah. All right. And also, the reason I'm asking is because over the years that I've been here, the most difficult department to figure it out is you, not you, but I mean your department.
We get a lot of grants, it's
Because the
true.
grants and all the portion, when it comes to the budget, it's kind of like, a challenge
true.
to kind of like,
It's
figure
true,
it
because a
out.
lot of us work on, like myself, I work, I mean, I do finance, I touch everything. So if I can charge to it, I'm going to charge to it and
Yeah.
save the city money.
Yeah, definitely. So that's
Yeah.
why I'm kind of like putting together.
Yeah.
All right,
They're going
thank
to be
you.
100% funded,
President.
so it'll be easier, and I'm 20%.
Kate, can you explain why there's $29,680 allocated for out-of-state travel?
That's for them to attend those conferences.
Okay.
So at least a minimum of 2 people. It's in Washington DC, that's not cheap.
Yep.
So it's airfare, hotel. Obviously, the city's travel policy is only $30 a day. Doesn't get you much in Washington DC, but I've budgeted for that. And transportation when they land in DC to get to the hotel.
Thank you. Councilors, can I have a motion to send this up with a favorable recommendation?
So move.
Motion has been made by the council president, seconded by Council Marmol. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Who do we have left? We have, 42, we have 2 housing choice grant. Which one is it? Dad, are you here for both 42, 43? Is that,
Excuse me?
are you here for both 42-25 and 43-25?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have a motion to untable 42-25, authorization to expend $125,215 for the Housing Choice Grants from EOHLC Planning Grants for Reviviendo/Gateway 2.0, brought to us by Planning Director Dan McCarthy.
So move.
Motion has been made, properly seconded.
You wanna set up?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and the ayes have it.
Good evening, councilors. I did notice, I was looking to see whether or not, did you see the packages for this? So, I had sent these electronically, and on Friday, I hand-delivered 6 packages to the
Mr.
office.
Clerk? Is there?
I did make copies.
Oh, yes. I was looking at it earlier. Yes, it is here. It is here, yes. We have it, that's 43. Where's 42? 42 right here. Yep, we have it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, we have it. Yeah, we got it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So we do have a PowerPoint presentation. So the city is a recipient of two Housing Choice Awards over the last 2 fiscal years. One of those is for the Riviendo Gateway Initiative. These are planning grants that are provided to the city to encourage development plans for the certain districts in the area. In this case, it's the Riviendo Gateway Initiative. The project manager on this is Awilda Pimentel. She's the one who applied for this grant, and she's here tonight. But I will be doing the presentation. And also we have with us Brad Bouchard, who is who's going to be working as a consultant on this project. Everybody familiar with the Gateway area? It's a triangular portion of land between Canal Street, General Street, Prospect Street, and Union Street. We have a large parking lot and a park down there. It is in between the Lawrence General Hospital and the North Canal District. So it is one of the gateways into the city, and we were awarded this planning grant. Do you want to present it on this? This is more yours, yeah. Sure. Okay. So I'm gonna have Brad, who put this together, present.
Brad, are you working as a consultant yourself or through Groundwork Lawrence?
Groundwork Lawrence.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So the city received this grant. I can't remember when the awards came out. I believe it was in the last year, toward the end of sometime between Thanksgiving and Christmas. And so we're really excited to have this in front of council to consider its acceptance. The intent of this project is to implement a robust planning process for this district within the city. It includes all of the areas that you see bound in red here. So that's the hospital, the Everett Mill, One Canal, and the Stone Mill, as well as the Gateway lot. Before we dive into what we're going to do, let's take a step back and realize the city has been working on this area of this district since the Dowling administration. So this is a flow chart from 1998. And we're still dealing with some of these issues: economic development, environmental issues, and quality of life issues. And you'll notice in the lower right-hand corner, groundwork was sort of hatched with the Gateway project, and we've been here ever since. This is a diagram showing the environmental constraints at the Gateway, as well as some underground infrastructure. It's a complex, challenging site to work at. So what's the scope of work? We're going to do a site analysis. We're going to retain an architecture and urban design firm to do the bulk of the work. The first step is site analysis. Complex environmental constraints are going to dictate the appropriate land uses and also help us understand the costs associated with managing the remedial controls that are already in place. Additional factors to take into consideration is the site is within the 100-year floodplain and the historic nature of the space. The second is economic development framework, so looking at the existing tenant mix, identifying opportunities for commercial development, as well as residential development in existing and/or proposed buildings. At the same time, I'm going to look at current parking demand within the Gateway parking lot. It's 850 parking spaces. And to understand the utilization rate, the demand, and potential for the development of structured parking. The second piece is land use and development programming. This is when we get into test fits and understanding how the built environment will receive the architecture. The fourth piece is part of this design is thinking about the Gateway. If you're not going to build on it, perhaps it could be used as arts and culture. So this is convening arts and culture orgs from throughout the city to think about how the Gateway and the associated park could meet the program required by the city's arts organizations. And then all of this gets wrapped up into spatial planning and urban design. Engagement's a key part of this. So property owners were part of the application process, submitted letters of commitment. Cultural orgs already been reached out to by Essex Arts Center. They want to create an arts and culture district recognized by the state. Residents, so the intent is to have an advisory committee as well as public meetings. We anticipate this to last a year, 4 quarters. This is the project team. One aspect that hasn't been discussed here is the potential for renewable energy at the Gateway lot. So if the city deems that there's no need for development in this space, how could the Gateway lot do more by providing renewable energy for the district through solar canopies in the parking lot? I won't read the outcomes and impact. We've all been here very long, but I'm happy to share this with you later. This is what the site used to look like, and as you can see, it was previously pretty densely developed. Questions?
Oh, there's any questions? Or
I have questions.
Council President?
No, thank you, Brad, for being here. I mean, always appreciate everything you guys do for the city of Lawrence.
Absolutely, Council President.
So essentially, I mean, just to kind of like put in perspective, this parking lot that is located on the where you mentioned, I mean, we've been paying for that for quite some time out of the CDBG's funds. For close to 20 years now, I think. So is that means that we're gonna own the place or the space, or we just pay because of the? Just clarify me on that.
Thank you. Yeah, that is something that we have been working on, and that's what we've been trying to do. We've been in contact with the old GenCorp, which is now L3 Harris, who still owns that area. And we've been in contact with MVRTA. They were the ones managing that. And after a long year of working and finally trying to get an MOU so that we can try to get that land back and at least the management of the lots back to the city of Lawrence. So that's at the point that we're at right now.
So essentially, eventually, we are going to be able to manage the parking lot?
Yes, we're currently reviewing now the MOU and the MOA, so hopefully within several weeks, we'll bring that matter up to you guys. So, but we're still doing that in the background right now.
We pass the bridge when we get there. I'll definitely would like to have that conversation because that's very important.
Yes,
What
it's
was the
important.
total amount that we pay out of the CDBG's funds for this parcel? And just to give us a background as of what that means, because probably a lot of people don't know what we did, getting into the agreement back then 20 years ago.
Yes,
And now what we are.
I'll have Mrs. Sue Fink explain that.
Good evening, councilors. The original Gateway Section 108 loan was $2.9 million. We also received a Betty loan, which paid $500,000 of the interest-only payment for the first 5 years. So we roughly paid $2.4 million plus interest costs. So roughly $300,000 a year for the last 20 years.
And like you mentioned, we don't own it, but we pay for it based on agreement that happened 20 years ago.
Correct. It was funding we borrowed from HUD to do the construction work there.
Source of funding that we use every year was the CDBG's funds, right?
That is correct,
The federal
yes.
fund that come to the Lawrence for the municipal and municipal use, and then we use it for that.
Correct. CDBG is a guarantee of that. It's a Section 108 loan guarantee. So we pledge our CDBG grant against that in case whoever we lent the money to doesn't make the payments.
Understood. Thank you so much. Let's
You're welcome.
let's have the conversation when we get there. But I'm glad that we're doing what we're doing. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll now entertain a motion.
I'll entertain. I'll make a motion to send this up to the full council with a fair recommendation.
Motion has been made by the council president, seconded by Councilor Marmol. Discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And the ayes have it. Thank you. Now can I have a motion to untable item 43-25, authorization to expend $130,000 for the Housing Choice Grants from EOHLC Planning Grants for the McGovern Transportation Center / Merrimack Street Corridor, which is also brought to us by our Planning Director, Dan McCarthy.
I'll make a motion to untable.
Motion has been made by the council president, seconded by Council Marmol. No discussion on table items, table motions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and the ayes have it.
Okay. First, I want to bring to your attention that there's a typographical error on the actual fund amount is $132,000.
132,000.
It was corrected on, I think it's corrected on my formal page. So we have an extra $2,000. And again, this is from the Housing Choice Grant. We applied for this through our one-stop process, working with the state.
Hold on. Pat, are you asking for the item we're on right now or the following one? Oh, it's 43-25. 43. Yeah. And also there's a mistake. Can we just make a note of that? The actual amount is 132,000. Yeah. Thank you. Director, continue, please.
So, again, this is a grant that went through the One Stop Community Grant Program. It's a fund that's paid out of the Department of Housing and Living Communities. And this is a grant to develop a planning district for an overlay for smart growth development. This also coincides with the MBTA Communities program. As you're all aware, you worked on this, and then in December, we approved a limited MBTA Communities plan reserved mainly for the Riverwalk. At that time, we did that merely to bring the city into compliance with the accelerated schedule, which required that we be in compliance by the end of December 2024. But we've had this grant, and this has been the intention, is to do a longer, more well-thought-out plan for this district, to create an overlay, and it's going to be also based on what's called TOD principles, which is transportation. It's a transportation-orientated district, based mainly upon the being around the McGovern train station.
Do you have a presentation for this item as well?
Yes, it's.
We need, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So here is a description of the physical overlay district itself. It will run from South Broadway to 495. It's also bound by the Merrimack River to the north. On the south side, it'll go beyond the MBTA tracks and follow a portion of Market Street and a portion of Portland Street. So it'll include both sides of the MBTA tracks. It is, I think it is more than 200 acres of land area, and the design criteria that we're drafting this on is based upon this location along the river and along the train tracks. And here's another just showing the requirements of the, to satisfy the MBTA communities is to be within a half mile of the hub station for the train. So this is the circumference of a half mile from the McGovern train station. So these are the statistics based upon what the state minimum requirements are and what this new district will provide. So the state minimum requirements is a 50-acre zoning district. That's what we passed last month. This new district will be 210 acres. The state allowed up to 400, requires us to produce 4,501 units of by-right housing. This district, if developed, will produce 4,836. If it's just developed at a minimum, the density will be larger than the state requirement, which is 15 units per acre. It'll be 54 acres, and again, that's at the minimum standards. And almost 2/3 of this district is a half mile from the transit station. Also to note that it is no longer just a train station. It is the hub for the MEVA bus route. They've moved from the Buckley train station to the train station. The scope of work is the creation of this new overlay district to be in coherence with the MBTA communities. At the same time, it'll be a smart growth district and with design guidelines to encourage development with certain architectural standards. It'll meet the housing capacity goals set by the state. It'll also include the transit improvements, which include the new train station. Part of the development project is also to look to more non-mechanized travel, that we are going to develop a number of trails. One of the partners in this case will be Groundwork Lawrence again, working with us to develop Riverwalk trails in other areas so people can take a bike to the center or they can walk easily from their homes with a safe thing. The Riverwalk development is part of that, so that's something we're working on, which will be a path along the Merrimack River from the falls to the end. The multimodal village plan is to we've secured easements with a number of the developers, and as we improve this property, we'll create this this connection between Merrimack Street and the Merrimack River, so that the entire city, residents of the city, can enjoy the river, and it'll be a park-like atmosphere down there. So those are all parts of the plan. Also, we're looking at working with National Grid on the eastern portion of this. There is an access road that runs the length of the train tracks behind the buildings there. We're going to be looking to improve that. And then on the other side of the street, we're going to be looking to require from the developers that they provide this access area. This is going to be mainly a pedestrian bicycle path. It's not going to be a roadway, but it'll be an access way for the people who might be biking or walking from housing developments along the project. Here's the project budget. I don't have my proper glasses today, but you can see it lays out the different engineering groups we're working with. So Blattman Bobrowski are a a legal office that specializes in smart growth development. They've worked with more than 45 communities in Massachusetts, working on train station and other type of developments around these areas. They've worked on projects such as Assembly Row in Somerville. That's kind of what we're hoping to model this on, is that have a development that includes commercial development, residential development, restaurants, amenities, and other things, so that it becomes like a village or a neighborhood. TEC Engineering will be doing design plans, and Groundwork Lawrence will be working on us using the landscaping and the public outreach and public space development. The part of the process is developing this with what we call two frontages. The way we look at it, everybody looks at, when you talk about frontage, you're talking about the part of a house that faces the street, or a part of a building that faces the street. We're going to be looking at all these properties as having two frontages. One will be on Merrimack Street, and one will be either on the river or on the train tracks. So when a developer builds their building, we're going to have design standards that they have to make the building look like a architecturally and aesthetically pleasing building from both the train tracks and from the street. So that when the train comes into Lawrence now, what you see are the backs of warehouses and graffiti and garbage. And what we want to do is when you pull into Lawrence for now, in the future, 10, 20 years from now, you're going to see the fronts of new living spaces, shopping centers, restaurants, and those kind of amenities. Again, I compare it to the Somerville Assembly Square. If we could be half as successful as that, I think we'd be all satisfied. Again, here's another view from the tracks. Some of the project developments we saw at the housing. There would be more clustered housing around this area. One of the bonuses I think in looking at this for development is the state is putting a lot of pressure on gateway cities to develop more housing, and a lot of that is going towards neighborhoods that are already developed and that are already very crowded. We all know the parking situations in our neighborhoods. And the idea of bringing down more development around the train station and in new neighborhoods where we'll have parking developed along with this, as well as having the opportunity to use a train station for going to work or maybe not even owning a car, we hope will be a benefit. Also, I want to point out the value of these properties from a tax standpoint will be largely beneficial to the city. It shouldn't cost. The tax burden should be overturned, and it'll probably be in the opposite, that these will pay more taxes than the burden is, which is what we've seen in the past. Again, here's the idea of a Market Street frontage, and here's some frequently asked questions. Again, I brought my wrong glasses, so I can't read that, but you might be able to. So that's the plan. We want to kick this off in the next month, hire the contractors and get this done. We're hoping to turn this project around in 6 to 9 months and have this area in development. The purpose is to supersede the current district. So once this is reviewed and formatted and approved by the city council, we will be asking that the current MBTA Communities District be revoked, and this will become the MBTA communities for this district. Again, there's going to be a large public outreach project in this. I know this includes some of your districts, and we want to encourage everybody to participate in this. Again, I think it's a crucial development for the city. I think looking at this as a gateway, as well as a gateway district that you just saw that Director Pimentel is working on, will be both a benefit to the city, improving transportation in the city, and hoping alleviating some of the traffic problems that we have. But those are lofty goals, and we hope that we can accomplish at least a portion of that. So, be glad to answer any questions.
The FAQs that you have in front of us,
Mm-hmm.
can we, who just took it off? Okay, now I have to look this way. Are these questions from the state, or is this?
Yes,
Okay.
that's from the state website.
Okay, so What the state is providing is not 100% accurate to what we're experiencing in the city of Lawrence. Are we conducting our own?
It never is.
I know. Are we conducting our own
It never
survey or doing our own research? Because I can tell you right now, in our schools are overpopulated. We do have a lot of
Yeah.
transportations. We do see multi-family
There are, but I
homes with-
don't think developments such as this are the ones that really prove it. I know we
Okay.
had a study, I talked with our tax assessor while we were reviewing the taxes paid by the property owned by Lapoli, and at the time, I think there was 8 children living in that, in 200 units of housing, there were 8 children
Okay.
living in that building. So, and they get more infrequent calls from the police, more infrequent calls from the fire department, and again, it's probably less of it. And they do pay a very large burden of the taxes on it, much more than so. I think I think we have a lot of problems with our neighborhoods. More people living in units than they should be. That's the stories I'm being told by the fire department. Every time they go into a house and expect to have 1 or 2 families, there's 4 or 5 families living in that house. I think that's a big portion of the problem. But again, it's something that with the state is dealing with all over. But I think our gateway communities suffer more than this, and I think a lot of this is foisted on us by the state. But what we call an unfunded mandate by the state for us to produce more housing when we're already doing our share.
Can you provide that data that you have from Lapoli to be added to this doc? Because it'll be nice for all the councilors to have that.
Absolutely. We do have some support letters from Lapoli, New Balance. A lot of the property owners down there are all in favor of this.
I'm not talking about a support letter. I'm talking about
No,
the
I'm
data.
talking about providing you the data.
Okay.
From
okay, yeah.
their housing people.
Thank you. There is one thing. So Councilor Marmol just said to me, side note, housing's so expensive. So that's another thing with these developments. How are we ensuring, obviously, it looks very beautiful. It's going to attract many people, both internally within our community and externally. Given the location that it's at, it'll probably, and this is just speculation, I'm not saying that this is going to end up being the situation, but I believe at least it will attract more outside people to come in and live in our communities.
Mm-hmm.
How are we going to ensure that people from Lawrence can afford to live in these areas as well?
I think it's a market economics that is, as you build more housing, the people that should be going to the right type of housing will go to that type of housing. So a lot of the developers along this area want to build, 1, 2, or maybe 3-bedroom apartments, but not. And we see in a situation in the city right now where there's multiple people using apartment houses that should be used by families. To get a 4-bedroom apartment in Lawrence is extremely difficult and extremely expensive. So if we take more of that. More of the impetus off those people who are going into the neighborhoods to rent, and they rent these smaller units, that will leave more space for family units. The problems have to be addressed in a universal role. We do have some good developers in the city that work on the affordable side, doing family housing. We've had some good projects go in within the downtown district, and we're going to continue to embrace that and encourage that. One of the conditions of this project is that all the housing developments has to be reserved for 20% of it has to be reserved for affordable housing. We do have a couple projects going in prior to this. One of those is the GLCAC project, which is going down where the Mr. Tux is. That should be going in the next year or two. Mr. Lapoli's going to be doing another market rate project next to the train station. That will precede this, so we won't get the benefit of that. But like I said, when this overlay is done, there'll be a number of developments that will benefit the city. Like I said, 20% affordability, funding will go back to us to put money towards parks, infrastructure development, new lights, new sidewalks, things of that nature.
This sounds all great, but I'm still concerned. I mean, I have individuals my age group that make 6 figures and complain to me about how expensive it is to live in the city of Lawrence, finding apartments and everything. And they end up moving out of Lawrence, and they want to stay in their community, born and raised here.
Yep.
But I feel like every time we talk about these new developments, it's always, well, you have to read between the lines or analyze between the lines. It's more targeted to outsiders than us providing services and homes to our Lawrence people.
It seems that, I know we had a comment about this before, is like that if you had a child that went to school, went to college, wouldn't you want them to have the opportunity to live in Lawrence and still work in Boston? Anecdotally, I see a lot of people that are, and I've talked to people, friends of mine, that have moved to North Andover and Andover because it's cheaper than Lawrence. And that's true.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
It goes by.
I know some,
there's a comfort level for a lot of families with living in Lawrence, and there's a limit on the amount of housing in Lawrence. I think we're already beyond the limit, and again, it's a problem. I know I spoke with a realtor in Andover who said over the last 3 months there was 4 houses for sale in the entire town, which is crazy. 4 houses for sale over 3 months. That's like nothing.
I do believe that's a factor of the situation, but I'm going to slightly disagree with you because I'm always looking at apartments in the city of Lawrence, within my district, outside of my district, just to see the market, see what's out there. There are apartments out there. The problem is that 90% is market rate. And I'm telling you, like, people my age making 6 figures can't afford those market rate apartments. So imagine our Laurentians that are making less, that have been here their entire lives and are struggling, and we just continue in the cycle. So 50%, I would say, maybe there's limitations to housing. The other 50% that we're not calling it out how it is
Right.
that we continue to approve market rate housing.
Yeah.
And that's maybe something that the council should consider.
Yeah.
Something that we can change.
I'd love to do a comparison. I know we had a discussion with some of the developers in the city, that if you look at the model for development in the city, it's almost an all or nothing type of development. The state set this 20% rate, but you don't see any developers doing an 80-20 breakdown. It's either all affordable or all market rate. And that's, I think, what we want to get away from. I think we want to develop a more balanced approach.
The city of Boston is doing it. So there are communities out there that have figured this out. And I've said this publicly during council meetings before.
Yep.
I don't know why we're not looking into other communities and see how we can either learn from that or partner with them, bring something to the city of Lawrence. And I'm sure I'm not the only city councilor receiving these concerns from people of all ages. It's a real concern, and every time we have these developments, I'm like, I'm concerned for the people here that actually live. And when I say live, I don't mean going to work in Boston, then coming home, walking their dog, walking through downtown, and then going back home to sleep to go back to Boston in the morning. I'm talking about the people that eat, spend money, sleep, go to school here, everything, that actually are invested in our community, that attend community events. Those are the people that we tend to forget about every time these projects come before the city council. Council Marmo.
So I noticed that the minimum requirement is the 20% for it to be affordable. Why aren't we putting something in place where we are requesting for it to be above the 20% if they want to invest in our community, if they want to develop? Is that something feasible, or we have to accept the minimum of 20%?
Well, I'm working with the statutory requirements from the state. So the state set these numbers at 80%. As I said, a developer can do anything they want beyond that. I think I've seen a city set a higher number than that. And again, this is an overlay district. My concern would be that if our boards and commissions can try and enforce this as much as possible, because there's benefits to employing the overlay, that you can build more units. You have a requirement for less parking. So there's certain standards that are lessened to encourage you to put more affordable housing in. Again, when somebody goes in for 20% affordable housing, there's a point where it's in their best interest to go higher than that because they'll get what's called low-income tax credits, or maybe if they're developing a mill building, historic tax credits, and that will go by the number of affordable housing units being developed as part of that. So that's where a lot of the developers in the city that you see. But again, we've never done it with more than that. I don't know if it's possible. I can inquire about that if we go with a larger number, but.
Yeah, I think it's time that all of us counselors, that we kind of take into consideration when we're approving any of these projects, that anyone that wants to come and develop and have a special interest in developing these properties, that they're not just following the minimum requirements. If they actually have our residents in mind and they truly value the issues and the challenges that we're facing with housing, then they're going to increase that 20% to allow more Lawrence residents of low income to be able to afford these units. So I don't know if there's anything that we have to put into place. Council President, please correct me if I'm wrong. If there's anything that we, on our end, are able to kind of include in a clause, or it's required in order for them to develop within our community, that it has to be higher than the 20%.
Yep.
President.
Thank you. Well, we've been having fundamental issues in the city of Lawrence for years. Because what we do on one hand, right away get somebody else do something else. And when it comes to affordable housing, it is funny that we mention what we're saying, but guess what? When we have market rate developments that are looking for a waiver on parking spaces, we give them to them right away, and we're not requiring anything. This is not done at the city council level. That's done at the zoning board of appeals. And then what we are doing on one side is not corresponding to what the other side is doing. And what we do quietly in the city of Lawrence is that we give tax incentive to market rate developments. How many of those we have given in the last 5 years?
Yeah. Well, the HTIP
How many of
program-
those, hold on one second, how many of those we have noticed about it?
6.
They don't come in front of the council.
I believe we did 6.
But they don't come in front of the council. That's the problem. The problem is we have overlays with the 20% affordable housing as per ordinance. And those are supposed to be required. But when we have an overlay that is without the ordinance, that's optional. They take it if they want to. That's the fundamental problem that we've been having in Lawrence. If we want to incentivize affordable housing, we need to take proper measurements. What's that? Probably we can do fees that we use those funds to actually make more housing affordable. Any marketplace rate, any marketplace project that we have in front of us, we can implement those fees, so we can have those fees for the affordable housing project. But what we're doing is the opposite in Lawrence. We are giving incentive, tax incentive, that doesn't come in front of the council for 5 years. That goes all the way to a good amount of dollars. We just approve the program. We actually add more areas to the program probably less than a year ago. And one of the attempt was to actually have them come in front of the council, so the people knows that we are giving out those program tax incentive programs to the developers. So essentially, we want one thing on one side, and then we do something completely different, and nobody is on the same page. That's essentially what is happening here. The zoning board of appeal, and the planning board, they are approving projects with exemption of parking and not requiring the amount of affordable housing that is supposed to. If we give out something, and then we need to give something back.
Yeah.
In another word, you know what this is called? Gentrification. We don't want to talk about that, but that's how it is. That's how we start. That's how we get developed. And then all of a sudden, people cannot afford to be.
Get pushed out.
Yeah, that's essentially what it is, and this has been happening in Lawrence without people don't want to say that word because it's kind of like, you know, it's a tricky situation. Oh, you don't support developments if you say that. But no, what we need to do is talk about it, face the issue, be able to accommodate the situation with affordability as well. And I think that, you know, it's a difficult situation in Lawrence right now.
I mean, I don't disagree with you. I think all your points are valid. I just know that the only way to assure that the market rates, that the housing costs stay up, is to not encourage any housing. So I think any housing developings that comes into the city is going to help the market in some way. Right now it's a supply and demand, and we don't have the supply for the demand right now. So that's the fact. But again, this is a planning grant. This project development, it'll take over, I'm expecting 6 to 9 months. It's going to be public hearings. I'm sure all the nonprofits who work in residential development will participate in that. I think we can study. I invite all of you to come to these meetings and bring these issues to the forefront. We can work with the state, and the Department of Housing works very closely with us in developing this. And if those numbers can be changed, maybe we can incorporate that. But again, it's all part of the development of this plan. And again, it's a community type of project. It's not just the planning department sitting in our rooms making this up. So
thank you. Before Council President, quickly, it sounds like the legislative body may have some homework and research to do to present to the city. Councilor Luzon.
Question, who owns the land around this project?
Who owns the land? Multiple people. I know Lapoli obviously owns a good part of it. The city owns some of the land. New Balance owns some of the land. The National Grid owns a couple of large parcels. Again, there's a number of private developers who own, and I would call a lot of this area very underutilized. We have like a self-storage facility on the river. We have a moving company that I don't think I've ever seen them moving anything. We have some vacant land that's undeveloped. This is riverfront property. This should be developed and used as an asset by the entire city.
I understand where your point. I also know that sometimes we work in helping and developing projects for specific developers instead of doing it in the reverse. Sometimes we don't do it for the city. We do it for a specific developer. And my concern always has been on Merrimack Street, and for the record, where this is going to end. It's going to end at where the bridge ends, not where the bridge ends, in the intersection of Merrimack, what's the name of the
South Broadway.
It's going to end all the way down?
Yes.
Okay, good. Got it. That's one of the concerns, because usually the city has put more attention to the other side of the Merrimack Street, and it forgets the end of Merrimack Street.
I think this project is more geared towards the western part of Merrimack Street more than, I don't want to go into one property owner in very detail, but the project that we call the Riverwalk is all part of a planned unit development. So they've got their projects planned out for the next 20 years.
No.
So they won't be participating in as much, I don't expect. They may use some of it. We hopefully would participate in getting some more affordable housing. It's certainly not affordable now. But I think we're looking at the other part from South Union Street to South Broadway as the major area where a lot of development could be done, productive to the city.
I just wanted to make that clear, watching that, at least that has been taken into consideration. I hope so.
Yes.
And I would like to see if at some point, all the people that own the land around this project, you mentioned Lupoli, but it will be good for the record to see who else it's part of, who else owns land along this project. But thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors, any further questions or comments? Council Marmol.
The images that you use, are they examples of what
Yeah,
you guys also, these are not set in stone plans?
So I don't know, we have a new planner in the office, and he's got software that can create new buildings. So this was just speculation of what could be developed, what we could see along that corridor. And again, I think part of that is to make this is a focal point, a hub center for the city, and to make it more less industrial, more like a neighborhood.
But that's how the city of Lawrence was built. The industrial era. That is what the city of Lawrence is. And we're taking away that historical beauty. And I understand we do have to grow. Every community has to grow. But the fact that you're even like in front of us and saying that we need to step away or revamp or beautify the industrial aspect of our community, that's wrong, because that's how this city was built.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that.
I agree with that, but I think what you're seeing is not current industrial. I think you're seeing the remnants of an industrial era.
I agree. Next time I ask the wording, because it is the foundation of our community.
Yeah.
And if there's any way that we can still preserve our foundation, our history, our buildings, if there is a way to preserve, I'm sure most of us, at least people who know the city of Lawrence, people who actually care about the city of Lawrence, would rather see that than this.
I think we've identified, we've done a good job identifying the industries in the city that are really productive. I know you've worked closely with the Helfrich brothers. We don't want to see them go. We want to see them expand. We want to see more jobs created, obviously. But the reality is that most jobs aren't in manufacturing. The largest employer in the city is in medical industry. The number one employer in the city is a hospital. These are the avenues, and the education should look towards that. But at the same time, we do have programs encouraging kids to, at the vocational schools, to learn how to do a trade and get jobs, like I said, with Helfrich Brothers or some of the other industrial businesses that are still left. And that can be successful if they modernize, but they can't be the old type of industrial. That is a remnant of the past.
Councilors, any further? I don't know how I'm gonna vote on this. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to send it to full council as a committee report.
Second.
Motion has been made by Council President to send as a committee report, seconded by Council Luzon. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. And the ayes have it.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, going back to, can I have a motion to untable item 44-25, opioid settlement funds update, Modelo application development item?
So move.
Motion has been made. Hold on, let me give her a second, hold on. Pat, the council president motioned to untable item 44-25. It now is being untabled. The motion was made by the council president, and it was seconded by Council Marmol. All those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it. Council President, so we're gonna start, if we can have Director Pimentel back on the podium. Council President, I would like for you to tell the committee why Modelo Application Development is included in your item, and then we'll have the director do the introduction and everything.
Thank you again for the opportunity to speak on this item. Essentially, what we want to see is an update on the opioid funds, as we did before. And the second portion of it is that to talk about one of the projects that is being funded with the Modelo, with this fund, which is the Modelo Application Development, which is the pregnancy tracker, as far as I know. I want to know, like, why this is important for the city of Lawrence, and any type of question that come up after we hear from the presenter. And I don't want to focus this discussion as of this is legal, not legal. You guys follow the Chapter 30B, so I got it, but that's not the question. The question is around the need, as you present a lot of previous presenters in front of us, discussing how these funds can impact the community. So I want to focus this discussion around the importance of this pregnancy tracker, and then after that will be a lot more questions.
Director?
Yes, now I will present Nick Enzina, Executive Director of Modelo Health. And I also want to add, in our opioid project plan that we submitted back in November 2023, we did add different sections.
It's actually, number 6, support pregnant or parenting women with neonatal abstinence syndrome. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes, that's correct. So we did submit that back in November 2023 when we were kind of exploring all the different aspects of the plan, all the different programs that we wanted to include. And we did add that in Section 6 to support pregnant or parenting women and their families, including babies with neonatal abstinence syndrome. And that's also was a recommendation from the state on their settlement abatement funds. So they had different categories, and we also added that. And now I will present Nick Enzina with Modelo Health.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for having me here. My name is Nick Enzina. I want to thank Wilda, Minerva, the Opioid Project, city councilors for having me here. I do have a presentation, so I don't know if you want to hit the lights.
Okay. Wendy? We're gonna get exercise today.
It's the last one of the day. There we go.
I'm not complaining.
So we're delighted here to be presenting and be partnered with the Opioid Project here in Lawrence. My name is Nick Enzina. I hold a position at Harvard School of Public Health, and also I run the International Consortium on Newborn Sequencing, in addition to Modelo Health. I come from a long history of precision medicine, genomics. I was a part of the Human Genome Project, and I've helped start a number of biotech companies, and I've also been a part of a number of successful projects, really taking big data and personalizing it to doing more discovery work and more preventive work in healthcare. We also have a great list of advisors, so a lot of the work that we've done has been in collaboration with Brigham and Women's Hospital, with Cleveland Clinic, and a number of other great organizations in Massachusetts and beyond. And at the core of what we're doing is really focusing on prevention. So a lot of what happens in healthcare, it's reactive. Somebody shows up with a symptom, and then we react. We treat the symptom, and a lot of times it's already too late by the time that person gets to the clinic. What we're doing is we're taking big data, looking across all the factors that affect our health, and keep in mind that your health is largely determined by factors outside of the clinic. By the time you get to the hospital, your health is already almost predetermined, right? So what you eat, what you drink, where you live, All these things factor into your health and your life, and those are the things we're looking at to say, how do we stop being reactive and be more proactive to try to get ahead of illness and complications before they happen in order to prevent them? So at the core of it, it's really big data, analytics, and using a system to look across all sources of truth. So not the misinformation that's in the web, but things that we trust, like the CDC, the EPA, Census Bureau, all the sources from government sources that are out there but hard to find. We take that and hyper-personalize it to the individual to say, what do we know about you, and how do we keep you safe during your pregnancy? So you can think of Modelo as kind of a navigator through all of this information. And the reason why we focus on pregnancy is simple. So women today are more than twice as likely to die during pregnancy than their mothers were 30 years ago. And if that's not bad enough, 3 to 5 women of color are more than 3 to 5 times more likely to suffer of complications during pregnancy, and 4 to 5 of pregnancy-related deaths are entirely preventable. So what that tells us is that there are a lot of hidden factors at play, because doctors are doing their best to try to protect these women, but they're not finding the things that are actually causing this harm. So what we're saying is a lot of it is happening outside. It's happening at their home, where they live, where they work, and nobody's paying attention to that. So that's the reason why we started Modelo Health in the first place. What we do is we look across all those health determinants. Like I said, we look across genetic, we look across environmental, socioeconomic, we look across clinical as well, and behavioral, to bring all of this information together and say, how do these factors work together to give us a better sense of how to keep this mother and her baby safe? Because at the core of what we do, really, Modelo Health is the very first preventive care app that monitors across all health determinants and provides an inclusive, multilingual, and personalized experience to every mom. So there is no other technology out there that does this. No technology looks across all health determinants. They look at them in silos. Some apps look in like clinical. Some apps may look in genetic. Nobody looks across all of those. There's no app that looks across community resources and provides hyper-localized information to the users to say, this is where you can find shelter, this is where you can find nutrition. There's no app that does risk stratification and risk prevention the way that we do. And so we're delighted to be able to bring this to the Lawrence families. And the other thing that we do, by the way, is we translate everything into Spanish. So we don't just provide this for English-speaking families, but also for Spanish-speaking families. The latest and most advanced science and technology that we're building is available whether you speak Spanish or English, and we translate it for you in real time. So what the app does, and then I'm going to show a brief demo, in real time, it pulls in all this information from the CDC, Census Bureau, Harvard Medical School, and many other sources. It crunches through that data and hyper-personalizes it to the user in real time. So it can give them a sense of what this application is, what the information is, what the risks are, and what to do about that, how to have a conversation with their clinician, what questions should they be asking their clinicians, so they can have a much more enriched dynamic and partnership with their clinician to be able to lead to better care and better outcomes. And so with that, I will give you
Educational tool and pregnancy guide. As you see when we first start, we display right in the front page all of the major health determinants and factors that affect human health and pregnancy in general. We also have fun tools to be able to see your child in real size as it is during the time of pregnancy. As we scroll through, we have tools for tracking your pregnancy, all the way through more educational tools and trackers to be able to track your health and your mental well-being as you go through your pregnancy, along with tools for adding notes and resources such as trusted sources like USDA, CDC, EPA, and so on, and ACOG. We also have a menu on the side with additional tools here that show you everything from your journals, health history, passport, share passport, and resources, and so on. And you can see in the bottom we have our tabs that give you the major functions for the system, like our library with questions from our users, articles, and the glossary to help you navigate through your pregnancy. In addition, you'll notice that we allow the user to create a birth plan that consists of labor, delivery, and postpartum with all of the preferences that the user has during and after their pregnancy. We create a comprehensive plan for the patient to be able to share with their clinicians. And most importantly, we do all of this with full support for both English and Spanish for Spanish-speaking populations. As you can see here, everything immediately changes to Spanish across the entire application. Now the user can learn, read, and plan in their own native language, look at their calendar, be able to investigate further what that means, make plans, check tasks off, and then be able to use all of the tools that we've created in English and in Spanish, with the ability also to be able to update their health history, view it all through their passport, with a passport being a tool to be able to travel freely and knowing that they have all of their information at their fingertips in case they go into labor or have an emergency. This also helps when they're going from one hospital to the other and there's no sharing of health records across hospitals. We've created some interesting tools, some exciting tools for the opioid project specifically. Tools such as the ability of sharing your passport with your clinician, so you can actually project this in a safe way to your clinician's desktop so that the clinician can view your health history and your passport in their office on their computer in a way that's only authorized by the patient. We've created this specifically to be able to be used by the patients and families at Lawrence Health Systems. We've also created a very exciting resource for community resources where a patient can find information about all the resources in their area in Lawrence where they live, which is hyper local to where they live. In this case for Lawrence, they can go here and look for information on domestic abuse, food insufficiency, travel, and many other services that we have found in this specific area, all localized by their zip code and an ability to drill down, see them on the map, call, or look on the website with additional information that they can follow up here. And then finally, specifically for the opioid population, we have created a tracker specific for them to be able to track their cravings, be able to specify what their cravings are like on any given day, and be able to then use our support features to be able to work on avoiding relapses by using a number of different distraction tools and activities that we have created that people can filter for and say, I want to do something in the arts in my house. And that will give them a list of activities that they can take care of in their own home related to the arts. When they declare that they've done them, they get a reward that allows them to get feedback for the activities in taking care of their own health and their baby. So as the presentation showed, Modelo Health is a combination of health educational tool and pregnancy guide that we are proud to be able to share with the families in Lawrence, Massachusetts. Thank you.
So thank you for the time. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Before I open it up to questions, there are a couple of things that I want to address. First things first, I don't appreciate when we have presenters trying to deceive city councilors. I know you are not the only founder of this company. In fact, I was actually looking through your website earlier when this item was untabled. I asked the vice chair to download the app as well. And I'm going to read exactly what the website says. Modelo Health was co-founded by husband and wife team Nick and Trish Anicia, conceived of their own pregnancy journey and desire to protect and optimize the health of their children and families everywhere. The company was established in 2020 and is headquartered in Boston, Massachusetts. The intro should have included both of you, because we,
Oh, the intro.
yeah, because we are aware too that your wife is a stepdaughter of an employee from the mayor's office. So that is important information to include, so that even, it might have been just a mishap, an honest mistake, but from this side, it might look otherwise. Also, when I was going through the app, I went through, it asks you a bunch of questions, and this, again, I was doing this earlier. And then it takes you to the subscription. So 3 months for $5.95, 6 months for $10.49, 12 months for $18.99. If you don't select one of those options, there is no free resources whatsoever. It takes you back to the beginning, and you have to scroll through all of that information again, and then it takes you back to the payment page. So I'm having trouble. Well, I'll go back to that. Additionally, the resources that you did mention, you said food, activities, travel, other means of services. I did not hear, not once, anything related to item number 6 from the opioid plan that was presented to us in 2023 and also reiterated tonight by the Director of Planning and Development. So I'm having trouble understanding how this overall, I can see some areas of, mothers that can navigate this, can pay for the services to receive the benefits of this. But in terms of the opioid funding itself and how that's related to all of this, I'm having trouble connecting the dots. I also looked through your blog to see, perhaps, let's see if, they've written a blog about this situation for mothers or family members that may know a mother that's going through that situation. No reference to this either. So those are my observations, and I wanted to be clear on that. And with that being said, that's all I have on this. I'm going to open the floor to the councilors. Council President.
Thank you,
Would you
Madam
like me to
Chair.
answer some of
You
those?
want to?
I can
Oh, yeah.
answer some of
Oh,
those.
yeah.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course. So first of all, yeah, I'm sorry if it seemed deceptive. We have many people on the team. I'm the only one presenting here. That's why that slide was on me and then the advisors. As far as a paywall, this is free to all Lawrence users. So what we do is on the paywall, there's the packages that you saw. Then there's like add promo code. That promo code is something that we provided the opioid project, multiple of those, one for each center that they work with, and they distribute those to the centers, and they then distribute it to Lawrence-specific users that have opioid use. And so those users, once they enter that, they get the application entirely for free.
Okay, so what happens, Modelo Health, the name has been around for a bit. I worked for Greater Lawrence Family Health Center when this was being brought up, and to be completely transparent, I advised the CEO against it. I did. Because I saw the potential conflict of interest that could arise for parties involved. At the time, they did not take my advice, and that's okay. I resigned a few months after for another position, but unless you are referred to Modelo Health by these resources, you don't know that there's a promo code. Just like right now, when I was like, Council Marmo, can you download the app? How was I just learned about that. And this company's name has been mentioned within our community for a while now. So, and now is when we're learning about this. I don't know, perhaps maybe that's feedback to take back. I'm sure what I'm hearing is, I'm assuming it's with good intent, but it's not known.
So if I may, part of the work that we're doing with the opioid project is building a lot of these, this functionality that's specific for the opioid population. Part of it is also like lunch and learns at the clinics, so to train the clinicians on how to use this. And then part of it is a lot of promotional material that's going to go out to the patients. So patients that get this, they're going to get a handout that has a description of what it is in multiple languages, and the promo code will be right there and instructions on where to get it. So our intention is for anybody that comes through the opioid project to have a very clear set of instructions and a promo code that they can put into the application. Our intention is not to have anybody pay for this out of the opioid project in Lawrence. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to add something to kind of clarify. The app for the opioid is still under development. So what's on his website is their Modelo Health regular tracker. We're designing an opioid app specifically for the city of Lawrence. That's still not up there. We're still developing the app that we're building for the opioid. That's not the one. And the one that we will create, it's not going to be with a fee. So just, I think clarification will help.
Thank you, Director. I'm sorry, before is there anything else you guys would like to add before I recognize the Council President? You guys good?
No, please.
Okay. Council President.
Thank you. Like I said, with the other projects, I would like to know the amount of dollars that you guys have received.
The amount of dollars? Well, it's total 125 for 18 months.
125,000 for 18 months. All right, and I'm going to ask the same questions just to be fair. Is this amount of dollars going to be, obviously it's going to be for the development of the application, but I mean, is that part of your mission or this is a special project?
It's a special project for the opioid. So the rest of the application that you saw that's for general pregnancy, that exists already. All the work that's going right now is all opioid specific, gathering the information, building the functionality. It's 100% dedicated to the opioid project.
Okay. Madam Chair, I would like to ask a specific question now about the project through you. So the model application, and this particular project may be a great project for the community, but I have to say that us paying $135,000 for 18 months, potentially other funds. Am I correct? Other portions? Yeah, that will be it? I mean, since you mentioned before that, they continue to provide, and I just want to know.
No, his contract for Modelo Health is up to $125,000.
Okay.
That does not mean that's what they've charged so far in the development.
No, I understand.
And there is no round 2 or extension on this contract. So
Okay.
each vendor and contract is different.
Okay, no problem. I just want to make sure, like, in case. So essentially, this might be a good project, but for the city of Lawrence, I don't believe that we are in the business of developing applications because we have real needs. As you see before, we have a bunch of projects that we actually deal with this in a day-to-day situation. And this might be a great project for the federal government to develop, but for the city of Lawrence, I don't believe this is right. Let me ask you a question. So through you, I will Pimentel, the director of the OPD. And just before I ask that question to her, I would like to ask you a question. Can you please confirm the owners of the company? As the council vice president mentioned, that you guys are the owner of the company. Can you mention that for the record, please?
Yes, I am the major stakeholder owner of the company. I started it by myself 5 years ago.
Okay, what is that on the website?
So on the website, and I also checked the Massachusetts Corporation site. The business entity summary organized in 2020 currently lists Mr. Insignia as the main owner, but also the vice president, Patricia Anicia, and she's also listed as a secretary and director.
Do we have, Director, do we have the conflict of interest form related to this development from
Yes.
that, Mr. Espana, which is the stepfather of this person that we mentioned?
Yes, I believe that when the city council had approved the Thriving Lawrence way back when the Modelo Health.
This is not for that, no.
Okay, because I think the
This is not
question
for
is if
that.
the senior
This is
advisor
ARPA.
served his disclosure, and he did. He did file that disclosure. And I just want you to really look at the project and the purpose, not just the biases of the past, but also realize that the city council did approve Modelo Health, not for opioid, but to receive, funding for Modelo Health app through Lawrence General Hospital and then Greater Lawrence Family Health
Thank you.
Center. So that was approved.
No, hold on
But
a second.
this is
Because,
specifically
I
to
don't
the
want to
opioid.
disturb the conversation. I don't want to go that way. I'm asking you a yes or no question. Did he, under this RFP, file a disclosure that he was the stepfather for this RFP under the Chapter 30B?
To my knowledge, he filed it, so I would have to see if he has to file it again. But I did see a copy that he did file that.
So under Chapter 30B, any particular project, perhaps when we take vote, that is going to affect any particular item, we need to do what we need to do when it comes to potential conflict of interest or conflict of interest. This is not like me as a counselor filing a disclosure at the beginning of the season and just stay for every item. No, this is not how it works. Chapter 30B specifically says you need to file a conflict or potential conflict of interest on any project. I'm asking you a question. Did he file for this project, knowing the fact that he's the stepfather of the vice president of this company?
I can double check again, but I did see the form where he filed it and the city council approved it.
We did not approve it. Director, please do not mislead the conversation. This is not ARPA fund. This is a opioid crisis fund, a completely different funds that are for opioid-related programs. ARPA is different. And guess what? We never released the funds, the $150,000. As a matter of fact, last meeting, we withdrew those from the agenda because we never released those.
And for the record,
But it was awarded.
I had
It was
to-
awarded, I think. But, I mean, I can defer to the attorney, but it was awarded to the Lawrence General Hospital and the Greater Lawrence Family Health Center for the purpose of Modelo Health. That is not the same map that I think this is being developed now. We can double check if another form was filed. But yes, the senior advisor did file his disclosure with the attorney's office, and I can defer to the attorney's office.
I think
But I
that
mean,
would
through you,
be-
Madam.
Thank you.
This is not the same project. This is not the same project. We have to have that form in place for any project that is related to families, direct or related families, when it comes to public funds. This is not the same project.
So we're going to double check with the city attorney, and I also want to say for the record that Thrives Act, I had to recuse myself from that vote because at the time I was an employee of Greater Lawrence Family Health Center, so I do want to say that. Can I have a vote to send correspondence to the city attorney's office? Do you want to say the motion to?
A motion to send correspondence to the city attorney to look into the form or the conflict of interest form that was filed for the Modelo application related to the opioid funds.
But you said under chapter,
Under Chapter 30B.
and the question is, does the conflict of interest form need to be filed for each project, or is the existing conflict of interest document already filed is sufficient to cover this item?
And like we mentioned before, the Modelo application is what you see. The application that they're developing for opioid is different because that haven't been developed yet, as you just mentioned, right? So it's different.
Yeah, we're currently putting in resources for the community that I am aware of. that we're working with the community. We've been meeting at least on a bi-weekly basis to incorporate those resources. And it's very important, especially because I have seen a lot of pregnant women coming into my office asking me for multiple amounts of help. There's another thing that happens to a lot of women when they're pregnant. They don't confide sometimes in their own family and friends. And so what we want to do is provide resources to them. A lot of them also suffer miscarriages in private. They don't discuss it, but that happens to a lot of women, even in disemployment and everywhere. So I think what we want to do is provide the resources and the tools for pregnant women, and especially if they're in substance use disorder, if they're, abusing opioid, because now their risks are even higher. And I understand that there might be some biases or comments, but at the end of the day, we need to also realize that pregnant mothers out there do suffer from opioid abuse.
Definitely. I definitely agree with you, Madam
Thank you.
Chair. But I wanted to clarify this. We are not against the development of, we are not against the application itself. We are against personally of the development using public funds from Lawrence to develop an application. Because if I go to the app, to the Apple, I use Apple, if I go to the Apple app, we're gonna find hundreds of applications that are already been developed and prices are very similar to the Modelo. So, and if we put it in perspective and we can go forward, why don't we as a city look into perhaps pay for the subscriptions and not the development? Obviously, you're gonna say no because it's not convenience for you, because it's not your fund that is being used.
No, it just doesn't exist.
No, hold on one second, I haven't finished. So, that's what we're looking at. We're looking at putting funds that is supposed to be used for great examples that we have previously that provide what we need, beds, detox, and helping out people when it comes to the opioid crisis, and not necessarily putting money into a development. I'm not against the application once it gets developed, because the subscription is up to $12 or something for 18 months?
12
Or $18
months,
something?
$18.99 for 12 months.
So $18.99 for 12 months. How many pregnant women we get in the city of Lawrence, perhaps for the next 5 years, an estimate, and then we allocate those funds to use it to any vendor that is up there. If that's the Modelo, no problem, as far as we file the proper conflict of interest. But right now, we're not doing that. We're developing an application, and that's my whole issue. We are not in the developing business here. We don't even have a 311 application in the city of Lawrence to actually do potholes and road and stuff like that, which is actually very important. I'm not saying that this is not important, but I'm saying we should be focused on paying for the subscriptions to help our pregnant women, but not necessarily helping out a company that is going to develop an application, and it happened to be that is the daughter or the stepdaughter that you haven't admitted yet, and very irresponsible in your end, that you haven't said it with your own word, that is happened to be the stepdaughter of the senior advisor of the mayor of the city of Lawrence, one of the top positions of the administration. That's the whole thing, and you still haven't said that your wife is that person.
I thought we talked about that.
No, you haven't said it on your own word. You haven't.
You want me to acknowledge that she's my
Yes,
wife?
I asked you to acknowledge that, and you didn't acknowledge it because you said, I'm the president. I didn't ask you that. So that's the whole thing. The whole thing around this is that we're using public funds to develop a project that we shouldn't be developed, because it's an application that is going to be open to the world. In the meantime, a city of Lawrence that is 90,000 people is paying for the development of that application. That's the whole thing. I'm not against the application or the use of the application when it comes to the subscribers. I'm against of using public fund, our public fund, to be able to develop that. And even though it probably doesn't look like it's a potential conflict of interest, But I'm pretty sure that, I mean, how many other cities did you actually offer this, to develop this type of projects?
We're talking to cities across the Cape Cod, Chelsea, East Boston, and so on.
At least in the city of Lawrence, we have this attempt multiple times where the ARPA fund didn't go through. For some reason, the hospital and the clinic, local hospital and local clinic,
We returned the
they
funding.
didn't, they returned the money, and that's what we get the last meeting. They were not using the money, they didn't want the money, and at the end of the day, that project didn't get developed. And it's because of multiple reasons, but we understand that we're not in the business of developing application. We are in the business of providing services, quality of services. And I'm not saying that this is not you. I'm saying that potentially, you could be the vendor of the subscription as you have it open for everybody else.
Counselor, I want to, in a response that you said, Director Pimentel mentioned, looking past the biases, et cetera. I want to say something that makes me unique a little bit when it comes to the situation. I know Trish. I have a good relationship with Octavian. I know the family is great. But at the end of the day, we have a job to do as counselors. And it's to ensure that whatever comes out of this chamber is the best thing for the city of Lawrence. And even though I know her, I'm not here like, oh yeah, let's do it. I don't think I was honest earlier. I told my employer not to do it. In fact, when I found out from my direct supervisor that the CEO was in talks with the city about this, I got upset and I was like, as a legislative affairs manager, you guys should have informed me about this because I could have advised you on both pros and cons. And ultimately, I advised against it, with knowing Trish. And to the president's point, when he asked you regarding the relationship, your first response was, you are a majority stakeholder. And I think you were looking for, even if you are a majority stakeholder, there is another co-founder. And I believe that's what you were looking for. So all of this, at the end of the day, disagreements, if we see eye to eye or not, city councilors are here to ensure that the city does not get into lawsuits, does not look like there's a conflict of interest, to point out any issues. We're not perfect, sometimes we miss things, but this is why we have this process. This is why we are equal parts of local government, state government, federal government, where we are the legislative branch. So with that being said, Council President, I'm going to open, I think there's other councilors with questions. Oh, the vote for the motion of the city attorney, yep.
Okay. You need a motion? Second. Oh, it was already seconded? Second. No, you made a motion to send.
To send correspondence to the city attorney. Yep, so Councilor Marmol seconded the motion. All those in discussion on that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and the ayes have it. Okay, councilors, any other questions or comments?
Madam
Councilor
Chair.
Luzon.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. For Director Pimentel, I have a question for Director Pimentel. Thank you for waiting. It has
Yes, no,
been
of course.
a long night for us too, as well. Have Modelo received any other any payments from your department besides this
No.
request?
No,
Do they have any other contract?
no.
Not a contract for,
No other contract other than for this specific work. And I do want to just add something, and I respect, the council's opinion is very important to us, but I am the director of the Office of Planning, so we do plan, we do develop. whether that's streets, communities, housing, neighborhood associations. That's the office that we're in, Office of Planning and Development. So if right now we're in 2025, and if developing apps or technology to assist, then that's what we do. But it is the Office of Planning and Development.
Thank you. I have the floor.
It is just the truth. It's the truth. It's the name of the department.
And I'm going to, because I have the floor, Council President. I unfortunately.
But is that not, I'm sorry, Council President, but is that not the name?
I have the
Council
floor.
Council President, Director, this is out of line. Councilor Luzon has the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Here, Director Pimentel. And I understand where you just explained, and thank you for doing that, but also, and I'm going to speak on behalf of my district. We have other issues, and we don't have apps for those issues. Now we have an issue with parking. There's no way to communicate changes, that emergencies, winter emergencies. There's nothing. And I, don't get me wrong, I'm a mother, a grandmother. I think the application, it's important. I don't see the correlation with the opium. I don't see a woman abusing any type of substance using this application, because some of them don't even have phones, unfortunately. This is my point of view. And that's why through the night, I kept asking, have many pregnant women do you see in your program? Because now it's more concerning, because we don't even have an app that they are using. We are paying basically for creating one. Nothing against that, but I'm going to agree with Council President Rodriguez that we are not in the business of doing that from my point of view. If you ask me for an application that is needed in my part of the community, I would like to see an application from DPW to send messages to the constituents whenever we have an emergency, when it's a winter emergency. I would like to see that. And we also respect Director Pimentel, and knowing that you do care and that you are always available, especially for me as a counselor. It's concerning to see that the city is paying for is spending private funds to create an application that at this moment I don't see the use, especially in the item that you're sending that's related to opium. I also want to request formally, if I may, Madam Chair, through you, I just want an email, a formal email telling me as a counselor and the rest of the counselors that no other funds has been spent paid to Modelo application, to the Modelo application. I want that for the record to make sure we are all on the same page.
No, absolutely, and we can do that.
And any contract, future contract that is, I don't know, I'm speculating here. If there's any future contract, I would like to see that too, as well, if possible. And like the Madam Chair mentioned, we are here doing our job. It's not personal. To the person that made the presentation, to the president of Modelo, this is not personal. We're just here doing our job and responding to concerns from our constituents that they are paying attention to how the city is spending the public funds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Additionally, I would like to add, it would have been helpful. We just learned tonight that if this was to be approved, it's to develop a separate app specifically for this. I would have liked to seen a presentation on that, even just a concept or an idea, even if it's not fully thought of yet or developed. That should have been the focus of tonight's presentation, to tie it all together, to give us an idea. Well, why are we partnering? What does this have to do with
And I think it's because it's still in development, and I know you wanted to kind of add something. This is still in development in the early phases, but I'll have Nick add
you.
what you just mentioned to me.
Yeah, so one thing I, excuse me, one thing I wanted to clarify was that the application that you saw, 95% of that already exists. It's already being used. It's in Brigham and Women's Hospital and other places. The co-development, the development part that we've been focusing on, is about $30,000 of the whole contract. So it's actually a small percentage of the overall contract. Most of the rest of it goes towards licenses, covering all pregnancies in Lawrence, covering analytics, covering the support and the services behind that. So all of that is already there. We could deploy that right now. So the development we're talking about are like specific features, about $30,000 worth, that we have development people, product people, clinicians working on for here, and then working with the opioid project to find specifically the resources that we're going to be listing for the Lawrence population. That's the development part that we're talking about. It's not for the whole application. That already exists.
Councilor Luzon.
How are you planning to get your data? Because right now, there's no relationship between the application and the local hospital, Lawrence General, or the Family Health Center. And
Yeah.
even though I'm a patient of the Brigham Hospital, but it's not everyone, it's a patient of that hospital.
Yeah, thank you for asking that question, Counselor. And that also brings to another point. Greater Lawrence Family Health Center, at that time previously, when it was CEO Guy Fish, Dr. Fish, then we also had another president at the Lawrence General Hospital who resigned abruptly. So I think because of all the transitions, you know, whatever happened in the past, and this is why I say whatever happened in the past, I don't want that to hinder the new work that is trying to be done with this, because those organizations had a lot of trouble. Their presidents resigned. But the way that we're trying to develop this specific opioid application will be with the CTC Center, with the Greater Lawrence Family Health Center, with the Lawrence General Hospital. We want to bring those licenses available to all those places that people that might use substance use will, you know, frequent or visit or might be a client.
Director Pimentel, with all due respect, yes, the president of the Lawrence General resigned, and I don't think we have one for Greater Lawrence Family Health Center.
Greater Lawrence Family Health Center's former CEO did not resign. His contract was not
Okay.
not renewed.
Okay.
It was
But
public,
we
yeah.
still have the same board of director and both institutions, and I think unless that changes, anyone that is going to come on board is going to go and get, they're going to have to go in front of the board. And as now, we still have the same board of directors in both institutions. I wish you luck.
Sure, I mean, we just want to
But
bring it
that's
to
the
anywhere
reality.
where there's medical treatment, right? And even like the methadone clinic here,
Yeah.
the CTC, you know, all the places, we're going to bring those licenses if this is developed and just offer the resource, offer the tools.
I still, and I know, and I'm going to repeat this, I still don't see a woman abusing, a substance abuse user with a phone using this app. Unfortunately, I don't see it.
I
don't
respect
see
your
it.
opinion, Counselor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I do wish you luck talking to the future president of the Lawrence General, but I don't see this app working for opium users. I don't see it, unfortunately.
One thing I do see when we're working or helping in the warming centers is that they're on their phone the whole time. Or if they're not sleeping, they're on their phone. So, and we don't know what's going to be. We're being very innovative with this app, and I do respect everybody's opinion. Everyone has one. I just think that, you know, we want to focus on the work. We will provide the stuff that you guys have requested. We will do that, and then we'll take it from there.
Yeah, and I understand, if I may, Madam Chair. You know, and one of the things that it's not helping your application is the political piece. I just Google your application on YouTube, and the first thing that I see is a video of our mayor promoting your app. And that is not a good way of doing business, especially when you have to come in front of the city council and face councilors that are independent in doing their job and making sure the funds of the city are being spent in the right way. So for future reference and for good practices, just stay away from the political piece when you try to sell an app to a city, especially like this one. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Motion to pass 11.
Motion to pass 11. Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Hey, Councilor. All those in favor say aye.
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 And the ayes have it.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Council President.
Well, essentially, I would like to know, like, how many licenses is the city gonna be getting for this application?
I would have to look at the contract. Do you have? I don't have the contract right in front of me, but that's part of the development. How many licenses will we get? And we can send that over.
And another thing that I want to ask you, would you mind acknowledging the question that I asked you before?
Yes, Patricia's my wife. I'm sorry if I didn't answer it directly. I thought when you asked the question, I thought you were making a statement because there was no denying. I mean, she is my wife. She's on the website. And so I wasn't trying to evade. I literally thought you were saying she is your wife. I'm like, yeah, sure. To answer your question.
I didn't make a statement. My statement was a statement. He asked the question.
Oh, okay, so I thought the question was answered already. And Councilor Luzon, you asked a question how the data is going to get in there. So I want to address that. So we don't actually take any data from the hospital systems. So the data comes from a number of different resources. Number one, it comes from the users themselves. So the users, especially pregnant moms, they are feverish for information because now they have a living being inside of them. So they want to know, like, what can I do to keep my baby healthy? That's a population that is very active in their phone looking for information. So they enter a lot. They tell us about their behavior. They tell us about their nutrition. They tell us about their health. The rest of the information comes from the public data sources. So when they tell us they live in Lawrence, for example, we look up CDC information, EPA information, Census Bureau information, all that information out there and say, what does the CDC know about where this person lives that might be at risk and dangerous for her? And then we provide the user with that information. So most of it comes from that. So the analytics are very extensive. That's a lot of the work that we're doing for the city of Lawrence as well. The goal, through one of the things that I showed, the passport, is to be able to give that to the user. So if they travel now, they have it available. One of the challenges here, because we were talking to Greater Lawrence Family Health Center before, is that the health systems here don't share electronic health records. So a lot of the moms go to one clinic for prenatal care. When they go to labor, they go to Lawrence General Hospital, but there's no transfer of records there. So the passport, we intentionally built that in collaboration. The idea came from Greater Lawrence Family Health Center, in fact, was that if we build this, the patient can take that information with them and transfer from one place to the other. And so the passport projector that we show to be able for them to securely share it with their clinician is actually our way of taking that data and saying here to the health systems and to the doctors, saying this is what we know about your patient. These are our recommendations. This is the best way to keep them healthy. So we don't take data, we actually give it.
Yeah, and I understand that completely, but do you need to have a relationship with the local hospitals? Do they need to know that this passport is available? Are they going to let you? Because right now you don't have any.
Oh, yeah.
That's my question.
It definitely helps, because if the patient shows up with the app and they're like, take a look at this, what we have found in other health systems that we work, if they show up in the blue, the doctors will pay attention, but the doctors prefer to be prepared for it.
What I'm seeing as a resident, as a woman that use local hospital, and actually I'm a patient of the Brigham Hospital, and they have a beautiful portal, and they have to have someone there outreaching to the community, to their patient, to log in, to get used to this. And I think technology is changing, but I also know that each institution has a protocol. Some of them will not send you to another hospital. They will send you to hospitals in Boston. It's protocol, it's business. So that's why I mentioned, and I'm going to mention once again, even though the president of the Lawrence General abruptly resigned, you still have the same board of directors. They're not going nowhere for now, and you still have the same board of directors at the Family Health Center. I wish you the best. I wish you the best. We are not here criticizing you up. We are just here concerned about the funds of the city. But I think you have something great on your hands. But maybe, I'm going to say this again, I don't see an opioid user, if I'm using that correctly, responding to you up. They have other issues, or other challenges. Some of them, they don't even have homes. They're homeless. And we see it because we live here and we know the community. But once again, I wish you the best. But our concern is funds, private funds, are being used or intend to be used to create an app. That is concerning.
Okay. At this point, we are, huh? No, I have recognized her. Oh.
No, he asked the manager.
Yeah. Are you going to repeat anything that was just said? Because I was about to say at this point where we're starting to repeat what we've already mentioned.
No, I'm getting
Okay.
more information.
All right, the last comment on this item, Council President.
What is the, through you, Madam Chair, what is the current subscriptions numbers that you guys have at the Modelo application?
What's the current what?
The current subscriptions, the numbers that you guys serve, the amount of people, subscribers.
20,000 users.
20,000 users, about, or that's close to, or more than?
It's growing rapidly because, like at Brigham and Women's Hospital, they have about 10 to 20,000 pregnancies a year, and so we're going to be launching there. So that's going to about 20,000, jumping to 30,000 probably pretty soon.
So you receive, how much money you have received so far out of this grant?
From the city of Lawrence?
Yes, of course.
I think you only submitted one
I only submitted one
invoice so
invoice.
far and one payment.
Yeah.
I don't have the number exactly, but it's only been one in payment so far.
I think like 75,000.
It's like 80 something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 80 something. Did you use any of those funds for the development of the Modelo?
No, that was to initiate the project and assign the licenses and the server space for the application. Since then, we've been working on the development.
Of the opioid crisis?
Yeah.
Application. All right. And I mean, I would like to know, like, I would like to somehow get some more information about these particular projects. And can you send it to us by email?
Yeah, we have all the invoices.
I mean, obviously today was around the Modelo, but I mean, I wanted to know more about the current application that is being developed. So, thank you. No, because I mean, the 20,000 is for Modelo. We don't have nothing on the other one. So do you have any amount of data that who is using it from Lawrence?
We're preparing to launch right now, so we haven't launched
it's
Lawrence
nothing yet. Okay. Yeah. All right. I want to know the amount of as per the contract, the amount of licenses that is available. So please include that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I did check in with Council Marmol, stated that she shares the same sentiments that were mentioned by the councilors tonight. So right now, we have the city attorney request some information on we've requested information on the app that this is intended for, the development. The director shared her sentiments and her stance on this, and we heard from the president. So I'm going to request to table this matter for now. Director, so my plan is as soon as we get information back from the city attorney, I plan to untable this for the public record. Because we spoke about it publicly, I want to make sure that we give an answer publicly and it's on the record. Does that seem fair?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Motion to table item 44-25 was made by Councilor Marmol, seconded by Councilor Luzon. All those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it. All right, we have one last item. Don't go anywhere. Okay, under new business, item 85-25, authorization to expend $1,298,760 for the comprehensive opioid stimulant and substance abuse site-based program. And we did have, we have Kate here.
I'm filling in for Sue. Sue had, I don't want to call it a family emergency, it wasn't a minor issue that she had to leave, so I told her I'd take over.
Okay.
Kate King, Office of Planning and Development, 360 Merrimack Street.
No, this is something, I don't even know what this is. Can you tell us I would just ask, is this the fund that they're going to use? So what's the difference?
So this is coming from the Department of Justice. This is a straight-out grant from the Department of Justice that we applied for. The grant term expires September 30th, 2027. We were awarded that $1.298 million. This is to supplement and enhance the work we are currently doing under the opioid settlement. The budget provides for the hiring of a full-time clinician, 20% of the salary for the data analyst at the police department, plus fringe benefits for both of them.
Where would the clinician be working out of, based out of?
Do you know exactly where? I don't. I think the police department, right?
Yeah, the researcher will be working with the Office of Planning and Development and the Police Department, specifically with Lieutenant Fleming.
Okay, thank you, Director. Sorry, Kate.
No, yeah, so the budget provides for that, and there are also some support for the staff at the OPD who will be supervising the grant. As I told you, I like to hit up salary whenever I can, ease the burden. There is funding to travel to the COSUP National Meeting each year. There's a cost to send people to become certified recovery coaches. Funding for supplies such as latex gloves and hygiene kits that can be handed out in the encampments and wherever. There's the funding to support contracts for outreach workers, an evaluator, and other partners who have worked with the city under the opioid settlement funds, some of those people who spoke here tonight. There's funding for interpreter services, mental health first aid training, and to retrofit a police vehicle for civilian transport. That's to transport people to recovery services.
Thank you. Any comments or questions?
Question for the
Council
director.
President.
The director, I have a quick question.
The director's also getting her exercise in tonight.
She got her steps.
With Councilor Luzon.
It's okay. It's okay.
At least your outfit's nice. So when
Thank
you're
you.
walking towards us, your outfit looks great.
Do you have a question,
So,
Council
yeah,
President?
I do have a question. I mean, are we gonna have any type of projects that are questionable like the last one we have?
I think that we have the freedom to ask questions, especially when there's no clarity, when there's confusion. So you have the choice to ask at all times.
No, I'm saying, that's what I'm asking. Are we gonna fund, with this fund that we have, the 1.298, are we gonna have similar projects that are maybe questioned or questionable, like the one that we just have? Because this is to enhance the opioid fund, the settlements. So it's gonna be similar. So, but I mean, are we gonna have similar projects, perhaps, that are questionable, or perhaps
Why don't you
Modelo?
ask the question that I think you're trying to ask?
No, I'm saying in general, and then you can you can respond in the way you think is right. Because I'm not gonna just focus it
If the question
directly.
is if Modelo Health opioid app is part of this grant, no.
No, I don't wanna focus around the Modelo. I wanna focus on questionable projects that are potentially conflict of interest, perhaps, or so far so on.
So what we have here, what we submitted to the Department of Justice, basically to leverage the opioid funds. So now we're bringing in probably almost more than what we have received so far, by the way. So we have leveraged the funds that we actually received out of the settlement funds It's going to be Lawrence Methuen Community Coalition. That's part of our grant. And I can actually send you a copy of the application. Maybe that will help clarify. Lawrence Methuen Community Coalition is part of our partners. Lazarus House, the Psychological Center, TMF, the Movement Family, Lawrence Prospera for Sisu. So we can send you those partners that we already identified in the application, if that helps.
This is, I think, too, that this grant is also more for justice-involved individuals. Oh.
Sorry. Go ahead, Kate. So sorry.
This grant is also more, this is a Department of Justice grant, so it's more for justice-involved individuals and the prevention of justice-involved, like keeping people out of the criminal, keeping them out of jail. So they're working within the court system. So it's really, that's why, you know, you see the partners in this are more people who deal with young men, a majority of, and it's to keep, and there's this, really they're concentrating on, what, 16 to 24? Is
For
what
the
they-
youth,
for
because
the
we
youth.
have a section for the youth and then a section for just adults. So the youth part, those are the ages.
I have a good question around that. What are we planning on doing with the vaping situation that is going on in the city of Lawrence? Is this fund can be used to prevent vaping use on the early age, perhaps around 10 to all the way? Because that's what's been going on.
We can find out if we can do vaping for this. We actually having monthly meeting with our technical assistants that we have with the federal government. We have technical meetings, so we can ask if vaping could be included in this. But this was specifically for substance use and opioid. So, I mean, I can see because usually we have to, it has to be in that range of those items. I don't know if they consider vaping a substance or something that they might be concerned, but I can ask.
I mean, it's under age, essentially. And also the fact that vaping is not vaping anymore. Vaping is weed.
Or mixed substances,
and other substance,
Yeah.
perhaps.
I can ask and
So I would like to know more, like, what is the plan? Because I don't know if you're aware, but I mean, there is a lot of Snapchatting going on, people delivering those vaping arounds, and a lot of different markets that are not being targeted by the city, and it's happening, and then those kids get hooked into vaping, perhaps weed on the early age, when it's still illegal, under 18, and then I don't see no program being, nobody have mentioned that. At all.
Actually, too, because the grants, they're specific to grant requirements. So I haven't seen one specifically for vaping because these are kind of grants that we apply actively. I seek them and I apply for them with my team, but I can definitely see if there's anything specific for vaping. I was trying to, actually last week when we met with Ann and Mary, trying to see if for asthma and vaping. But even then, it was more of an environmental grant. So it's like to apply for certain things, they have to be already written in that grant requirement. But I can seek for vaping because I am aware of the dangers of vaping and the youth vaping.
Or perhaps we can use the opioid fund.
We can do that. That is an idea. And that is what we can do.
Yeah, we like to see more of that. And
But is vaping considered opioid? I mean, these are things that we will have to find out.
It's an addiction, on the age specifically, because it's more like vaping on their age between 10 and 16 or 18, which is basically the target.
But vaping is usually like nicotine, right? So it's a
Nicotine-
little bit different substance.
There's two different ones going on around the city now. It's a lot of weed. Weed is legal once you're 18. Not if you are 10. And then that's the target essentially. The early age vaping and weed vaping.
I will
perhaps.
ask and let you know.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other questions or comments? At this point, I'll entertain a motion.
I don't want to make a motion to send it to the full council with a favorable recommendation with all the questioning we have. I can definitely allow the council to ask questions around a committee report.
All right, motion, can I have a motion to send this up as a committee report?
I'll make that motion.
Council President made a motion to send as a committee report, yep.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Luzon. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you so much, Council, for your time. Thank you for taking
you for your
this day
time.
for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Motion to, second.
And also, thank you to your staff, the ones who stayed to the very end. You guys are troopers.
Sue owes me.
She sure does. All right, motion to adjourn was made by Councilor Luzon, seconded by Council President. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and the ayes have it. We're adjourned.